All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third regular joint quarterly meeting of the Board of Directors of the Colorado River Water Conservation District and the Colorado River Water Conservation District acting by and through its Colorado River Water Conservation Enterprise. Stephanie, would you do roll call, please?
Alden Vandenbrink,
Here.
Terry Dennison,
Here.
Doug Monger,
Here.
Kathy Kendler Henry, here, Mark Catlin,
Here.
Mark Rober,
Here.
Mike Richard,
Here.
Reedy Hazard, Scott McGinnis,
Here.
Sonia Chavez,
Here.
Stan Winnery, Steve Beckley, Taylor Haas, Tom Gray.
Thank you. And Steve Beckley and Taylor Haas are on their way. And hopefully some of the others will be as well. I thought we would start out this morning with a moment of silence for our missing director, John Ely, who, as I'm sure you all know, passed away fairly recently. He's sadly not with us this morning, so let's take a moment to remember him. Thank you. We do have a resolution on our agenda later today to think about John, and this afternoon at the picnic, his wife will be joining us and we'll have a chance to say some good words about him at that time as well. Ryan Neely will be joining us after executive session. He's the Assistant Pickens County Attorney. And according to Andy, it's the board's pleasure. We can invite him to sit at the table and participate in discussions, or we can ask him to stay in the audience until they have an official appointment, but he'll be joining us this afternoon.
Under either circumstance, he's not able to vote, but it might be nice to let him.
All right, we have review the meeting agenda. I know we have at least one change.
We do have one change. Currently scheduled for Wednesday morning is a discussion with State Engineer Ullman. He unfortunately double booked us as a member of the CWCB. He forgot that they had a meeting tomorrow. So he will be showing up this afternoon, hopefully in time to have lunch with us. And then we're going to put him on at 1 o'clock and just roll everything else back a little bit. Tomorrow morning, the first two things, we have outside presenters coming, so we're going to keep those in the agenda. So we may move the CFP projects item to later that morning. Or this board may choose to go faster today and actually take care of everything that's on the agenda for today, including Jason Albert. But that's up to the board.
We never have anything to say.
No.
All right, anything else on the agenda changes? We have a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
So move Director Chavez.
Seconded.
Okay, so by Dennison, first by Chavez, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, welcome Director Hazard. First up is consent agenda. And we have approval of the minutes and check register the draft financials for March to May. Any questions, comments on consent? Do you have a motion to approve?
Send agenda approval.
Okay, moved by Richard,
Second.
second by Catlin, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved, and we are a couple minutes early for the general counsel's report.
Prior to general counsel's report, I do want to introduce our two new employees that will be joining us for the meeting, including the executive session, just so that the board knows who's here. Deanna Cardenas is our new senior accountant. She joined us just after our last quarterly meeting, so she missed you then, but she's been on board for a while. Excellent addition to the team. She's making Ian's life a little bit easier, so he looks more relaxed today than he has this month. Good. He's helping with the budgeting process. Comes to us from Hickory County, where she worked in their community. And then we have Matt Abusi, who is our new Director of Communications. He is on his second day here at the district, so I would like all board members to ask him very detailed questions about board policies, where the district's headed in communications, those kind of things. He says he's up to it. Excellent. I just want to make sure you knew who was in.
Well, welcome. All right, Peter.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I would make a recommendation to the board that it convene into executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-402(4) B and E to discuss the items listed under agenda tab 3A.
Motion? So moved. Moved by Hazard,
Second.
second by Rober. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are in executive session.
Thank you. And as we move into executive session, I'd state for the record that the substance of the discussion in executive session will constitute attorney-client communications for which no further reporting needs to be made.
All right, if everybody wants to grab a seat, we'll get started. All right, next up on the agenda is public comment. Any member of the public who'd like to make a comment on any item not on the agenda? I don't see anyone in the room. Do we have anyone online? All right, seeing no public comment, we will close public comment and move to our general counsel's report for the public session.
Thank you, Madam President. During the executive session portion of the River District's board meeting today, the board received attorney advice and communication and discussed negotiation items. All is related to the items identified in tab 3A of your agenda. The board did discuss, and we recommend that the board take action to approve amendment of a contract with Hydros Consulting to increase the amount of the existing contract with Hydros's work in support of our Shoshone permanency efforts by the amount of $150,000 additional to the total contract amount of $250,000. We'll have that recommendation.
Do we have any discussion on staff recommendation for the Hydros contract? Motion,
So moved, Vandenbrink.
okay, second,
Second, Chavez.
motion's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. I don't believe there's any other matter proposed for action following executive session or contemplated. I do want to provide an opportunity for Bruce and Jason to provide updates on two of the substantive discussions in the public report. In particular, on the successful defense of the Green Mountain Reservoir Administrative Protocol and the appeal of that by the city of Golden. The River District participated in the appeal as an appellee in support of the Water Court's decision approving the administrative protocol. Together with the other co-applicants, including the United States, Denver Water, Colorado Springs Utilities, and Blue River Cree Whistle. It's a
Water.
mild crisis. I don't know if Jason or Bruce, you guys want to give just a quick update on the pertinent points of the Supreme Court's decision there and subsequent action that's occurred after the decision was issued.
Sure, thank you, Peter. I can give it a go and Jason can fill in as needed. So as Peter just mentioned, about a month ago, the Colorado Supreme Court issued a favorable decision in the Green Mountain Reservoir Administrative Protocol appeal, affirming the Division 5 Water Court's prior summary judgment order, which itself confirmed that the administrative protocol, which is a product of decades of negotiations between Colorado Springs, Denver, the River District, the Division of Water Resources, and the United States, that protocol agreement is itself consistent with the Blue River Decree. At the Supreme Court, Golden reasserted same arguments that it brought from the Water Court, namely that the potential for the protocol to injure Golden's 1959 Bidler Tunnel water rights, which are located upstream of Green Mountain Reservoir and are junior to the United States rights in Green Mountain Reservoir, as well as the city's rights above Green Mountain, whether the protocol and administration under the protocol is injurious to those water rights. In response, the co-applicants, including the United States, the cities, and the river districts, maintained that Golden's arguments at the water court level and on appeal in front of the Supreme Court was based on a faulty premise, an incorrect premise that injury is always a relevant matter in water court proceedings. Contrary to what Golden was arguing, the river district and its co-applicants explained that the injury standard is not an essential inquiry in a case such as this one, because what was asked of the water court was a determination under Colorado statute 3792-302 subset 1 subset A, that the protocol was consistent with a prior decree, Blue River Decree. And because of that consistency, the water court is free to make a determination that there is not an administrative issue. And the fault in the argument raised by Golden was, injury would have been or could have been a proper standard to raise had Golden brought that in front of the water court at the time that the Blue River Decree was initially entered in 55 and subsequently entered as decrees in, I believe, 74 and 64 as well.
64.
Yeah. This Golden did not acquire the Bidler Tunnel rights until after the Blue River Decree was entered. And as a result of that, procedurally, they did not have grounds for raising injury in front of the water court. And the Supreme Court ultimately agreed with that. Because, as mentioned earlier, we are happy to provide a copy of the Supreme Court's decision, which is en banc and authored by Justice Marquez. For reference, it includes a very good summary of the history of not only the Blue River Decree itself, but what went into the administrative protocol agreements and where we are today. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Bruce?
I think we will send that out to you. There's no obligation to read it, obviously. Your eyes might start to glaze over when you get to the protocol section. But the history of the Green Mountain Reservoir that's there is quite readable and perspective does provide a really good summary of things that we obviously talk quite a bit about here at the River District.
Sorry, I might add that Golden, in response to the Supreme Court's decision on its appeal, has petitioned the Supreme Court for a rehearing, which is essentially asking the court to revisit its opinion and to make some changes to its substance based on Golden's, again, premise that it's foreclosing them from arguing injury in future cases and in different venues. There's no need for the River District to, or any of the co-applicants to respond to that under the appellate rules. It's left for the court itself to take under advisement.
Obviously, if Golden's motion had any level of success, we'll come back to the board, talk about that, but the court's ruling is a really, I think, it's significant win. It's a good ruling for, frankly, hoping to see a path clear towards resolving future disputes about the administration of Green Mountain Reservoir and water rights, both senior to it and junior to it during the fill season. Interestingly, it doesn't address, how water from Green Mountain Reservoir gets used. That's another subject. Talked about that in the past, and we'll continue to talk about that into the future. But as complicated as it is, the protocol does help to avoid controversy regarding how water rights should be administered during the fill. Next, I wanted to call the board's attention to the, I'll ask Jason to provide an update on the discussion in the board packet on the Bunty Island ditch.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, this discussion begins on page 89 of the PDF packet, and this is in regards to the Bunty Highline ditch. We talked to the board about this in the past. The Bunty Highline diverts off Willow Creek below the CBT project's Willow Creek Reservoir. The majority of those irrigated acres under the Bunty Highline were eventually sold for development in the early 2000s. The development ran into some financial issues and the water rights were largely unused except for periodic loans to the CWCB for in-stream flow purposes. When those lands were being irrigated and afterwards, the Northern was required to bypass water at Willow Creek Reservoir because the Bunty Highline is senior. Approximately 40 CFS, I think the total right is 45 CFS. But 40 CFS was used on these lands that were part of that development, which those lands were essentially dried up. Because of the priority system, if the Bunty Highline is not calling that water, it gets stored in Willow Creek Reservoir and becomes part of the CBT project. So there's been a number of discussions with the water right owner, Northern, the Bureau of Reclamation with regards to how we can potentially keep these water rights on the West Slope. We're happy to announce that there was an agreement reached between Northern and Grant County on these water rights. Northern has purchased that 40 CFS of the Bunty Highline. In the vast majority of years, that water will continue to be bypassed at Willow Creek Reservoir. They've set up two accounts, a Northern account and a Grant County account. They're roughly split 50-50. But except for all of the driest of years, that water will be bypassed either at Willow Creek or pumped up into Granby Reservoir to be released from Granby Reservoir into the Colorado to help with stream flows, temperature issues, and then ultimately it becomes part of the system and can be used on the West Slope further downstream. One of the interesting aspects of the agreement is that that Northern is allowed to take credit for this Bunty bypasses in any SCPP or demand management or other programs. However we feel about those programs, the water's still flowing west on the Western Slope, so we feel good about that. Any financial benefits that would be derived from that will be split 50-50 between Grant County and Northern. So in general, we view this as a positive for the West Slope.
Who is Shore Fox Development?
Shore Fox, well, I don't. It's gone through many iterations. But it was a development, and what ultimately happened was the water rights got separated from the land during the bankruptcy process. So Shore Fox now owns these water rights, but they don't own any of the lands where they used to be used. And so they were marketing them around for a number of years. And basically the Bureau of Reclamation said, because they were asking to use Bureau of Reclamation facilities to get that water over to the Front Range where they thought they had a market for it. And the Bureau said, not unless you get some sort of agreement with the West Slope and the River District on this. And that's really when those conversations started. So.
So Jason, the lands that it served they're completely fallowed now? There's no irrigation?
For the most, there's a development that's going on up there now, and I do know that the city of Granby bought some of that property right along the river. But there is sort of I guess, tiny homes.
Yeah, bunch of time.
Yeah, that they put up there, but for the most part, that area has been dried out.
How did they avoid abandonment?
They kept enrolling them in programs with CWCE essentially.
But long-term, that is a question.
Right.
And again, this is an example of where regardless of whether the water right is maintained, if the water right goes away, the water molecules accrue to the CBT system under the CBT priority. And under this agreement, most of the time, those water molecules will continue to go west. Questions? I don't have anything else. I just call your attention to the discussion in the public report on the United States Supreme Court decision, recent decision in the Texas v. New Mexico decision regarding the Rio Grande Compact, where the United States Supreme Court basically said states, Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, having, once having let the United States into this litigation, you can't settle the case absent the consent of the United States. They still have a right to pursue their claims or address their claims. Your proposed settlement didn't apparently do that to the satisfaction of the United States. The Supreme Court said the United States gets a say. Obviously, raises some issues of the extent of federalism and the federal ability to assert authority or its position in litigation regarding a compact between the states. And here, the United States Supreme Court clearly said, so long as there are federal interests at stake, and in that case there was, they get a say. I don't have anything else. Thank you. Happy to discuss any questions.
Yeah, so have you, there's so many interesting things about this case, but is there, and when you read this with Chevron, do you guys have a sense of how these play together and what that might mean for compact, kind of like the idea of bringing a claim becomes less clear, right? There's going to be 10 years of litigation over these cases to figure out what it means for the Colorado River.
Yeah, I haven't thought about it in terms of the recent decision, Roby or something, I can't remember the name of it, that overturned the Chevron principle. The Chevron principle that you're referring to was the United States Supreme Court precedent that basically said, unless an administrative agency's interpretation directly conflicts with the federal statute, the federal courts should give deference to the administrative agency's interpretation of the federal statute and any implementation of how that statute, goes on the ground. So basically, if you were going to challenge an administrative agency's implementation of a rule or regulation, you had to really clear a very high hurdle and show that they were, completely out of whack, arbitrary and capricious, basically. The recent Supreme Court decision ruled that. I don't know that, I guess I hadn't thought about how that interacts. It's a good question. And we can give it some more thought because, the compact doesn't provide for the United States to issue any rules and regulations. There's not anything in there for the United States necessarily to implement. And so I don't see a direct connection. That said, the Chevron case, certainly could be interpreted in a way that you wouldn't give any deference to the United States interpretation of how the compact should be administered. While at the same time, the Texas v. New Mexico case, suggests otherwise if there are federal interests at stake. And
There,
well, yeah, I mean, so the question is, what are the federal interests at
Yeah.
stake? The federal interests at stake clearly would be the Mexican treaty, because that is clearly contemplated within the Colorado River Compact.
And the two reservoirs.
The two reservoirs, maybe a little less so than the treaty, because the two reservoirs and their authorizing legislation did not exist. That when we say the two reservoirs, we mean Lake Powell and Lake Mead, did not exist at the time the compact was entered in 1922. Lake Mead and a dam in Boulder Canyon was at least in theory contemplated in the compact, but the Boulder Canyon Project Act was authorized in 1928 after the compact event. That said, those two reservoirs clearly played a big role in how the river is administered. You're the United States, you might say it's equivalent to the basis upon which the United States gained its holding or its standing, if you will, in the Texas v. New Mexico litigation, which was the operations of Elephant Butte Reservoir in the compact of the Rio Grande. That, I'm not an expert in that compact by any means, but my understanding is that Elephant Butte is expressly contemplated. It existed before the Rio Grande Compact and is an integral part of the compact itself, and provides for the deliveries to Texas and lower Rio Grande, lower New Mexico users below Elephant Butte in the compact itself. So there's a distinction, but I guess we'll see whether that comes to play or not.
anything else for general counsel's report?
All right, Andy, you're up and you have a split with lunch.
I do, so hopefully you can stay awake for at least the first half. Sorry. No, the first item on the general manager's report is really a matter for this board to take up. Donnie was passing of the direction of board officers. I prepared a resolution honoring his 18 years of service. Personally, that I started on this board in 2006, the same year he outlasted me on the board. As I had some conversations with both the county and his wife, I didn't always agree with John, but I certainly respected him. And I think the resolution stands for you to discuss and pass. Director Ely's widow and several of the county commissioners will be present this evening at our banquet or barbecue out on the back lawn. As will, by the way, Director Whitmore and Director Curry to honor their service. But I think it would be appropriate at that time for our board president and others to honor John Ely, and just wanted to turn it over to you to discuss.
Yeah, I can read this resolution. It's short and sweet, but so we'll all know what we're voting on. It says, whereas John Ely faithfully served as the director of the Colorado River Water Conservation District, representing Pitkin County and the entire district for 18 years. And whereas throughout his tenure on the River District Board, Director Ely was a fierce protector of the Upper Roaring Fork and the Crystal River on behalf of Pitkin County. Whereas Director Ely is largely responsible for the establishment and success of the Pitkin County Healthy Rivers Board and all of the good work it has engaged in. And whereas Director Ely gave generously of his time in addressing matters important to Pitkin County, the district, the state, and the Colorado River Basin. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Colorado River Water Conservation District at its third quarterly meeting of 2024 by this resolution expresses unanimous appreciation to John Ely for his service as the Colorado River Water Conservation District Director.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Director Haas. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Director Catlin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any-
Aye.
All right, so this is the resolution and we'll get it signed so we can present to his wife.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. The interstate Colorado River matters, I'm actually gonna attempt to share my screen. We'll see how well I can manage to do that. Here. I just want to kind of touch base on a few things. The memo is much more probably complete than the discussion I will provide. But wanted to share that. There we go. See if I can get to the right place. There we go. The post 2026 guidelines. If you recall, last quarterly meeting, we reviewed the proposals, major proposals that were submitted to the Bureau of Reclamation in response to their requests for operating regimes under the post 2026 guidelines. They have announced kind of a timeframe, and I will say that, you know, some public comments from the Bureau in a number of different meetings and other places myself and our staff have been at. They kind of outline this timeframe, and I would say also that they are doing, they are, it seems, headed towards actually cherry picking occasionally at least one alternative that they will create based on some of the suggestions put out by the upper basin, the lower basin, and some of the other interested parties. You know, this is an ambitious timeline given the fact that we're undergoing a presidential and congressional election this year. It seems that those things do seem to impact the functioning at the federal bureaucratic level. We also hopefully don't, but may face a shutdown of our government at the end of September if the Congress is unable to find a way forward financially. So the idea being that there is they're looking for to kind of do their analysis and public input through December of this year. They would have a draft EIS out on those operating guidelines in June. So they're analyzing it right now. They have their very sophisticated computer modeling folks based out of Boulder, Colorado, doing a lot of that work. And then they are expected to have their draft EIS out by June of next year. Between June and July, there will be some comment period and then reanalyzation by the feds. And they actually expect to have a final EIS out in the end of 2025. That last red portion, this is a slide, by the way, that as your memo indicated, borrowed from the Upper Colorado River Commission from Chuck Cullum. You know, they're anticipating some form of legislative action being required in order to implement those. And the obvious ones are identified, both the Arizona legislature and then potentially congressional authorization. They've stuck, Chuck stuck the IID board, the Imperial Irrigation District Board, and they are not a government agency and they do not pass legislation, but being the largest, most senior water right in the lower basin, they do have some impact on what happens in this agreement. I would also, as I think I mentioned in my memo, you know, if for some reason the Bureau is inclined to accept a lower basin proposal that requires mandatory cutbacks in consumptive use in the upper basin, the only way that could be done is through legislative action of our legislature and I believe all three other upper basin legislatures. Because I think that, and I think there's also some argument within our state that mandatory curtailments or cutbacks in our state would be contrary to our constitutional provisions of prior appropriation. So it could put us, depending on how it's done, in a very odd place to have to talk about amending our constitution in order to allow these guidelines to move forward. If the Bureau thought that they were going to impose mandatory cuts that are outside of compact curtailment. So Any kind of cut that is involved mandatorily on our water users and their private property rights is by our read protected by our state constitution. So it's an interesting dilemma posed by the lower basin proposal. At least one of the fair readings of that proposal. It is fairly vague, so their proposal seems to indicate that they want mandatory cuts in the upper basin. As you will recall, the only way that can be done right now is through a finding by the UCRC that we are either violating or at risk of violating our obligations under the compact, the 1922 compact. And then there is an assignment of volumes of curtailment among the upper basin states. There's no provision to curtail water users in the state of Colorado for things like making sure that the infrastructure at Lake Powell remains whole. On the other hand, the Bureau does control and own some water rights in our state, both in reservoirs and in projects that may be more susceptible and would not require state legal action or legislative action on those federal projects. But it would have a very hard time impacting our privately held water rights without some significant change to the state of Colorado's law. So, and I don't believe that our state has any stomach for that to occur. But, you know, you could ask someone who resides and spends more time up at the State House than me on that. But I think I just want to mention that and cover that issue. You know, this is an interesting slide, and it's one that is really interesting given the position that our state's in. I've oftentimes counseled our technical staff against using graphs in public meetings because they're hard to understand. I think this is no different. So I'm going to try to explain it. But if you look at the top, this line to date, right? So on the vertical axis, you have the running 10-year average of deliveries at Lee Ferry. On the horizontal axis, you have the years, right? And so if you go to the end of water year 2023, where my cursor is, we're sitting at about 86 million acre feet on a 10-year running, 86 million acre feet over a 10-year running average. The question is what happens after that, right? And so under releases that somehow magically maintain an average of 8.23 or the 8.23 million acre feet a year, we under that provision we do briefly fall below right in past 2026, we fall below an obligation, if there is such a thing, to deliver 82.5 million acre feet over that 10-year threshold. That's the furthest out that we would cross that line. You know, it's the upper basin's position and this district's position that we the upper basin owe 75 million over 10. We think the compact is clear about that. We only owe half of the Mexican treaty obligation when there is not surplus in the river. The state of Colorado and this district has often pointed out that there sure appears to be surplus in the river given the overuse in the lower basin and particularly in the tributaries in Arizona. The consumptive uses and losses report through 2015 was just issued within the last 45 days or so from the Bureau, very belatedly, actually, almost a decade late. And they
Occasionally late, but I'm pretty.
Yeah. It was rather unusual. And it did indicate that there's instead of the 1 million acre feet of tributary use that is allotted, albeit somewhat vaguely in the compact, that 1 million acre feet in tributary use that's allotted to the lower basin is more consistently about 2 to 2.5 million acre feet of use in the tributaries. That's a really significant use. Now, there's lots of debate about how you calculate lower basin consumptive use, right? They don't have a methodology that's spelled out in the 1922 compact. We've got one in the upper basin that's spelled out that actually none of the upper basin like, and that we're trying to change pursuant to the terms in that 1948 compact. But there are different interpretations, and it's interesting because your former general manager has taken the position that the consumptive uses and losses report from the Bureau doesn't seem to calculate those correctly, or at least there's a good argument for a different calculation that would actually not attribute all 2.5 million acre feet of water that is actually physically consumed out of the tributaries to lower basin use. It's a very complicated issue, but we, the current staff of the River District and our state, take that position, take a very different position on that and look at that as water that's actually consumed and removed from the system is water that is in fact attributable to their lower basin consumptive use. The Bureau's calculations seem to follow the same methodology because of the numbers are roughly the same. And I think that's important. But so we say, hey, we don't owe the 82.5. Yet, I will tell you that the state of California, being most vocal, says, yeah, you do. You owe it every year. You owe it. We don't even know what that word surplus means in the provisions in the compact. You guys absolutely have to have that. And they don't look at it as a non-depletion obligation. They look at it as a delivery obligation at Lee Ferry. They have indicated that they're willing to litigate over that issue if push comes to shove. That's an important issue. And if you note, that's at 82.3 million acre feet average deliveries, right? Well, this year we're at 7.48. Next year we're locked in at 7.48 under the current interpretation of the guidelines, existing guidelines. Previous to just in the last month, the Bureau had been predicting another 7.48 release in the subsequent year in 2026. DK will give you some more updates on this in the hydrology report, but they are now saying, well, under the guidelines, tiering structure may be as high as 9 million acre feet in 2026. We might just flush more water downstream, and that we'll let DK get into the details about that again later during the hydrology report. So that's the best case scenario, an average of 8.23 being released every year. But if you look at that middle line, where my cursor is now, that's a 7.48 release. And if we continue to have those, we not only, dip below 8.25 right in 2026, we actually hit at 7.5 out at about 2032. So that's a very different release schedule, very different obligation. So that kind of tan area in my mind should have been gray on this UCRC chart because it's very gray as to what's going to happen during that time period for all of our water users. We could be sitting in Supreme Court litigation if the states and the federal government aren't able to work a collaborative solution to the river management. I say that because we often hear, hey, we've got great rights, we've got great arguments, and while we agree with our state, I think it's really important that this board and our water users understand that there's risk associated with the hydrology and how it's being managed today. And so while we're happy to see those 7.48 releases because it forces some water conservation in the lower basin, there are consequences of that, right? The consequences of that running 10-year average dropping pretty quickly. And so then look at right now, the authority under the guidelines drops as low as a 7 million acre foot release. And Chuck and the folks at the UCRC plotted that line. That has us right in the middle of 2025 running up over that 82.5 million running 10-year average. So that's a year from now, right? And that's before, remember that last slide, that's while we're still dealing with how these interim guidelines are going to be implemented. And that's just, it's really important to understand that. The only thing that would trigger a 7.0 release next year, is some really miserable hydrology this coming winter. It could happen, right? I mean, we've seen it. We've seen the variability and changes in that system. So I just point that out, and I want to point out under that 7.0, if it's just straight 7.0 releases, doesn't take a mathematician, I mean, even a lawyer can get it, that by 2029, we actually fall below the 7.5 million, running 75 million over 10. So something to think about. I'm not saying, this is what's absolutely going to happen. I do think it poses huge risks for our economic development in the Upper Basin, for our ag users who, and our environmental situation, because push comes to shove, we're going to see some real pressure put upon water users in our state to figure out or to be subject to curtailment. Now, we have the state engineer coming in just over an hour from now to come talk to us. I did mention to him that you all might have questions for him about what compact curtailment might look like. Our state doesn't like to really talk about it and has been postponing those conversations. I warned him that this board previously had asked the prior state engineer and certainly me about what would that look like. And so he's prepared to talk to you about it. I don't know if you'll be satisfied with the answers from the state, but I want you to be aware that this is a good opportunity to see what the new state engineers think. Yes, we have lots of senior water rights in agriculture on the west slope. We also have lots of agriculture that's dependent on junior rights, storage rights, right? And junior direct diversion rights to get flood irrigation going and at times. We also have lots of cities and industrial users and recreation users like our ski areas that all have junior rights, right? And so this is important because in order to have economic security and water security, you need to know how your water is going to be administered during the time of curtailment, and we don't know. And I can tell you that the other states and water users in the other states in the Upper Basin are taking this very seriously. They are talking directly with their legislature and their fellow water users about it. I talked to a major operator of a major city in the Upper Basin when I was in Wyoming, and literally the first sentence out of this person's mouth was talking about how they're planning for curtailment. Right? That's a major city outside of our state looking at the fact that their water rights are junior to the common. So something to think about and understand. And I don't want to scare anybody, but I just want our board to be aware that this is a possibility. So the next, I can stop. Yep, sorry.
You just to kind of,
Yeah.
do we need to just share another slide again or chart that John Hydros came up with, kind of reinforcing the volume of water that we're looking at that impacts every county on this board of directors?
Yeah,
Would that be helpful as well? Because it's considerable.
Yes, it is. It is. And we could share that around. We can send it out to the board. We've got some,
No.
As you know, we had the risk study phase 4.
Correct.
Which, remember, risk study phase 4 has built into it the operating rules under the current guidelines. So as we hit 2026 and beyond, we don't know what that's going to look like. We just projected the existing guidelines out over that. So it is hard to determine what's going to happen at that point. But we did some breakdown work within our basins to show with some more granular detail where the risks may lie. And that's, I think, what you're talking about.
That is correct.
And
Yes.
happy to distribute that around and we can cover that if you desire at our next quarterly meeting, just to talk about it a little more. And we could even potentially have John Karen come in and give a refresher on that work.
Thank you, because the other part of that is the economics of it. So it's not just the water, it's also the economics. For some towns or communities, that's a complete crash.
Yep. Right.
So, and I don't know if a lot of people in their state, the legislatures or in the state agencies really comprehend that. And you're really backing a buffalo in a corner that's out of water. And he's gonna want a pool.
Yep.
And he ain't gonna back up much more, cause what are you gonna give up anymore?
No, I think it's really critical, and we're happy to bring, if that's the
Yeah.
pleasure of the board, bring John in to kind of refresh that work in your minds. Make sure that any of our public who's watching can get that detail. I think it's important to understand that and the scenarios. It puts a lot of pressure, frankly, on our state's negotiators and the other 6 states and the feds to figure out a solution that works.
Mhm.
So just, putting that out there. Any other questions, comments on that? Okay. All right, I want to turn just a little bit to the System Conservation Pilot Program. So if you recall, the System Conservation Pilot Program was authorized by Congress for a 2-year period of time. And the second year is happening right now, right? And this chart on the left shows in our state where that water is coming from. And the weirdest thing is that it only shows half the state. And it doesn't seem to go anywhere in the Front Range, even though they use over 500,000 acre feet of Colorado River water. Right? And that's not an error in the map making, because all the red dots and the yellow dots and the green dots depicting where that water is coming from under system conservation, federally paid for, run by the UCRC. Every drop of water in the System Conservation Pilot Program within our state is coming out of either our district or the Southwest. It's coming off the west slope.
And what does the red, yellow and green mean?
Red, yellow, and green is, that's a really good question. I think that those are, not entirely clear. I apologize. These are,
Is red egg and.
They're all.
they're in, they're
In all
in,
the
So you
states.
yeah.
The reduction type.
It may be the,
Yeah, like fallowing versus
maybe the,
depth
Cover
of irrigation or.
Yeah.
yeah. I apologize. I wish I had paid more attention to that. But the point being, so here's, here's the chart, right? That we, if I can get it, there we go. Here's the chart showing the production this year, right? So in Colorado, we have 50 projects that signed up. Applicants, there were actually 51 applicants. And I just want to point this out, that the 51st applicant was the city of Pueblo. They tried to participate in system conservation.
Wow.
But their market value of water, just as this district pointed out in our market rules and earlier work, their market value of water was higher than your average farmer in the West Slope, or that what they could take or what they'd be willing to take for that water. And so they submitted a proposal that was slightly more than the $509 an acre feet that is listed here. Certainly less than the $800 or $1,000 an acre foot they're paying in the lower basin for the same molecules of water under a conservation program down there. But the Bureau of Reclamation vetoed Pueblo's application and said, we're not paying more than the $509. And all of the discussion within our state about proportionality, about participation in different water user sectors, about participation coming from other places other than the West Slope was thrown by the wayside, and the water is all coming off the West Slope. It's 12,000, it's, let me put it this, it's only 12,000 acres. It's only 16,700 cubic feet of water, paid $8.8 million for, right? So it's not, that's not likely to devastate the economy in Western Colorado and ag, but this is a pilot program. And this is the key for us to remember is that the idea with the pilot is to learn things from the pilot and then implement them better in subsequent years, and maybe create a program that in many people's mind would need to be scaled up to have any real impact on the system or sustaining the river. Well, if it's gonna be scaled up the way it's been run so far, it all comes off the west slope. And when it gets scaled up, it will impact our economies. Our work, this board authorized and has reviewed in the past our economic impact study from a ballot program. It was, well, management at the time, but the end user impact, the impact within our district is the same. If this gets scaled up tenfold, we are dealing with a real impact in western Colorado. And if there is not a variable pricing mechanism put in place to encourage and attract users from across the divide, it will be the west slope that bears the brunt. That whole discussion in the state's 2018 demand management policy statement that says no one area or region of the state that should be sacrificed, it's not coming to fruition right now. So it's a concern. We have voiced our concern. Our congressional delegation, led by Senator Hickenlooper, has introduced legislation to reauthorize system conservation for the next 2 years through the 2026 guideline period. It's a very simple reauthorization, and it's a very, what they call a clean reauthorization. So they are not looking or willing to accept any kind of amendments or requirements that it be administered differently. They being the Senate offices, view that as the obligation of the UCRC, the Bureau of Reclamation, and the state of Colorado. That's fair, I guess, from the Senate's perspective. At the UCRC, there doesn't seem to be a lot of excitement about this, except that the 4 states at the UCRC did ask our Senate delegation to reauthorize this. We voiced our concerns and voiced our concerns to the Bureau and the state as recently as this week. A number of our staff members walked both the state CWCB staff as well as the AG's office through several of our concerns about how it was implemented. Some of those implementation issues aren't just where the water's coming from. It's projects that, for system conservation, the stated goal of the federal government is to conserve water voluntarily from fields, apparently from fields, not from cities in our state, and send that water down into the system so that it gets to Lake Powell and assists in maintaining the levels in Powell, and then flows downstream and provides benefits to water users in the lower basin as well as the environment. Well, several of the projects that they are paying for this year may result this year, and certainly will result in future years if the hydrology is different, will result in less water going down to Lake Powell just by virtue of the operation of our prior appropriation system. The Cameo call, for instance, because there are participants in GBIC that are fallowing their land. They're a major component of the Cameo call. The state engineer, again, who will be here, said, yeah, if you're participating in system conservation, you're not using your water for the decreed beneficial use, and we will not respect that portion of the Cameo call. So the state engineer's office said that's a 20 to 30 CFS hit on a 1,950 CFS call. So if that scales up, that Cameo call becomes less. What happens when the Cameo call becomes less? Water gets diverted upstream because junior rights are in priority. Where are those primary junior rights or beneficiaries? They're Trans Mountain diversions. Where does that water go? Instead of 50 or 60% of the return flow down the Grand Valley going right back into the Colorado River, 100% of the depletions occur at the headwaters and go to the Front Range. Absolutely defeating the stated purpose by the federal government to put more water in the system. We've explained this to a number of officials, and Peter, I don't know if you feel this way, but we really haven't gotten any traction explaining this. And so,
At the federal level.
at the federal level.
At the state level, we have.
Yeah, the state level, that state engineer was part of our discussion last week with the staff earlier this week. And so, there have been some people listening and trying to understand. Mike Richard has repeatedly called attention to some water rights in Grand County, which, because of their seniority, forced bypasses out of the Colorado Big Thompson project. they've enrolled in the system conservation project, so the bypasses that are required to meet those rights may be impacted. And Mike can speak to that more if you want. I mean,
On this one particular ranch, the water that they have bypasses what they call a KV gauge, which is critical in the Colorado River and releases. The water right's about 20 to 22 feet, but they're bypassing probably anywhere from 10 to 15 feet past that gauge. So at that point in time, there has to be additional releases to meet that flow at the gauge. Well, now with that place, part of this program, they don't have to release that water or additional water. And so it's hurting the whole system at that point in time, but not only hurts it one way, but it hurts it doubly. And so that's a concern. And I think when it goes back to what Andy's talked about so much about this program, that there has to be sideboards. And I think we as a local group have to have more say in that, to have a better understanding of the UCRC that truly function and use this.
Andy, it sounds like, I mean, to that point, regardless of what the state water plan is or anything that our state commissioner might say, it's like UCRC at that level is making the decisions if they're vetoing Pueblo. So even if the state says we want it to be consistent, or the river district gets to have a say, if Bureau Rex is vetoing, that's very
You got two
Negative.
agencies, too,
yeah,
Bureau and UCRC, and
right.
doing different.
Doing different things.
Right.
And I gotta say, I mean, the lift to the system conservation pilot project, implementing it this year and the previous year. Huge efforts by the UCRC, tiny staff, huge efforts by the state staffs. Took
No, go ahead, I'm gonna.
took a whole lot of attention from away from post 2026 guideline negotiations and modeling and discussions, took a whole lot of staff time away from other things. I have a lot of empathy for the state staff and having to try to implement this. It is really an arduous task. Nonetheless, the UCRC asked for this. The state staff is going to have to implement it. Our state could choose not to implement or participate in system conservation. I don't think that's likely. I just want to remind everybody that under the Upper Basin proposal and the post 2026 guidelines, parallel activities were identified as continued conserved consumptive use program and implementation that, when you read through it, is really permanent implementation of something like that. If they're going to do it, we need to study it and we need to understand how it's going to be implemented. So I think it's going to move forward within our state. What we're hoping for is a more intelligent implementation within the state. And in our state, we believe, has the ability within the UCRC framework to say, hey, that's great that we're going to move forward, but we're going to try some different ways to do this better. And we're going to really think through the unintended consequences that come about. And our staff, I just want to say, has been working very closely with the Uncompahgre Valley water users on a decision support tool, which is aimed at giving our water users enough information to intelligently decide whether or not they want to participate and what the implications are to them, the local economies, to the local communities, really trying to help educate participants and potential activities. We'd like to see if this is going to go forward, and I really think it is. I think that we see that we see the writing on the wall. So what we're arguing for, if this board continues to direct us this way, is a much more intelligent implementation of conserved consumptive use program that really upholds the principles this board has endorsed in the past. And so staff has been following your guidance and your policies on that. But I just want to bring this to your attention, ask you if there are questions or change in direction or affirmation of your prior direction to us.
I've got Taylor Haas and then Director.
Yeah, so, to me, I want to compliment the UCRC on the last round, because the first round went really badly, right? Everybody knows that story. And then they took a lot of feedback from people over the next year to try to improve the program. And I think they listened. They listened to the district. They listened to a lot of different parties to try to create a better program. Let's take advantage of that this time. I mean, it seems like there's been a lot of lessons learned. They did try to take those ideas and improve the program. So perhaps some of the things that you just pointed out could be brought up to them and they can work to improve that. And our state commissioner should know that too, so that we're not creating all these unintended consequences. And then I keep coming back to, don't we want to have a good idea of what we're negotiating for? And so that's the other reason to try something. Maybe system conservation proceeds, but maybe some other things proceed too, like this crediting program. So I just think there's room to try different approaches right now so that our negotiators have a better understanding of what they're going to negotiate for.
I agree. And Director Hawes just alluded to one other thing that's in my report, but want to stress. And I apologize, Director Denson, I know you're trying to say something. I just want to say, at the UCRC meeting that Director Hawes and I were both at in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
So fun.
And yeah, I can give you a hotel never to
Yes,
stay at.
never stay there.
If
Maybe
you're
haunted.
staying there, call me before you do. So,
Scary.
yeah, if it has the word historic in the name, be wary. Yeah, God, they, really at the state of New Mexico's urging, the UCRC took a unanimous vote to direct staff to try to figure out how to implement a system of conservation that allows for the upper basin to get credit in the crisp reservoirs for water that is conserved. That is the concept of demand management, right? It's the demand management storage agreement, which is still in effect, and we have never taken advantage of that pool of water. We've never gotten water credited to the upper basin. And it would remain in control of the upper basin. It would be released only at times that were necessary to protect the upper basin's compact curtailment. You know, all of those things. New Mexico is adamant that they've got a project that would fit in that and they would like to try it out. Utah's got some that they've got in mind. We think some of our participants who might participate in this, like the Uncompahgre Valley water users, might actually be able to bank some water in Blue Mesa. Other things that make sense, right? And so they did direct the staff and at the UCRC and the state staff to come up with a recommendation on how to do that by August 12th of this year. So they are having a special meeting on August 12th, and yeah, that's the fastest moving effort ever, right? So we'll see. And I in conversations with some folks out of New Mexico, honestly, I'm very excited about the possibility of what they might figure out. So I do think it's a possible good idea. I think, as Director Hawes is saying, if the writing's on the wall that we're going to have one of these, what's better, right? And Peter and I say, look, I hope we're depicting this correctly about our board, is we don't like either system conservation or demand management, but if we're going to do one of them, we'd much rather see the water banked on behalf of the state of Colorado and the upper basin. So.
Director Dennison, then Director Gray.
And I think that's, I think that's always part of the problem is we lose control. And that's something that we've advocated for a long time. But I think that you touched on it briefly. The stated purpose is to get water to the state line. Wherein we then lose control, but we're benefiting potentially the lower basin. It's a very uncomfortable position for us to be in. We have the mechanisms to store that water in our own crisp reservoirs here, possibly there, and remain and can have control over it, which would be ideal. I sometimes think we tend to focus too much on the negatives, and there are some positives that have come out of this, including the work that the River District staff and Freshwater Trust have done with the Uncompahgre. Expanding those tools to avoid the situations that Grand County is experiencing is critical. But I also think that focusing on the overall benefits, not just to the state line, and I think I told Ted Kowalski this way back when he was at the CWCB, like, if we focus within the bounds of the state, what are the benefits of conserved consumptive use, demand management projects? Within the state, we have the opportunity to bring in those Trans Mountain conversions that otherwise, if we're fixing it on a cost, we're saving water up, high in the basins, wherever it might be, and it can have a benefit throughout the basin, not just to the state line. Because if we focus solely on that, the Grand Valley, the Uncompahgre are going to be the ones that would end up being the focus group, because we can conserve water in Delta. It's not gonna get picked up. It's gonna hit the state line. I mean, it's not rocket science. But if we can conserve it and leave it in Blue Mesa, in the Aspinall unit, that's great. But if we can track those savings up higher into the basins and incentivize those projects, we have a mechanism of saying, look at all the additional benefits that we're creating to our local economies and expanding the users, because as we know, the lower in the basin we get, the higher consumptive use we have, which shortens the reason that higher basin hay producers will want to produce anyway, or, conserve water or participate anyway. So expanding it, focusing on these tools, focusing on the benefits and thinking about how we can conserve water throughout the state, I think without these negative impacts that you've experienced, I think that's a good direction.
Director Catlin.
I've got a question. If the conservation happens at the main head gate in the river for a large project, everybody in that project takes a haircut. Because everybody in that project goes down percentages as supplies go down. If they won't allow those waters to be delivered to that system, the people that are not being paid are gonna take a shortage in water too.
That's one of the issues that the decision support tool and the Uncompahgre Valley and our staff are trying to identify.
We need to
and-
be able to
Yeah,
identify.
yeah, that's absolutely, and it's because that water is used and reused, just specifically in the Uncompahgre system, the impacts to other water users are
And it
significant.
gets worse as it goes downhill.
Yeah.
Because when we go to percentages, those guys down there, before it's over, they're at a lower percentage because of return flows.
Well, the question is though, if you pay some users not to use it, do everybody else get to be at higher percentages? So I'm just,
So we've actually seen that happen where users at the bottom of the ditch were like, okay, you're only saving your conserved consumptive use, so that portion would stay in the river. But all the water that you were taking that you weren't using otherwise is ending up on my farm, and they're excited about it, so
yeah.
they were
There's some
happy to,
interesting-
they were happy
Carry
to
water,
see,
you should say.
they were happy to see their neighbors up ditch of them enroll. Because they were getting, an additional slug of water.
There are also continue to be political issues, right? Board members of certain projects have taken first dibs and gotten paid significantly under these projects, whereas not, some of their water users felt like they didn't know the opportunity existed. There's just, concern within the different projects as
Within
to,
the boundaries of
Yeah,
the project.
One more thought, like, I'm starting to think there could be two types of programs. One, like under the demand management storage agreement, historic consumptive use might be one program. But then have another type of program that's more focused on storage water and undeveloped tribal water that could, maybe it's at a different price, maybe, like there could be different ways of doing this. And
I think there are a lot of different ways to do it.
Right, and we can figure this
Yeah.
out. We figure out crazy, complicated things all the time. Maybe not well, but sorry, commentary.
Maybe not the first time.
All
All right, anything else on?
My suggestion, Madam President, would be to break now, 20 minutes over your lunch period. Would be to go upstairs and give you a quick tour led by Stephanie and Ian of the office. And I'd really like them to give you the tour of our office and want to thank you very, very much for the expenditure of public funds that was made to do this. The office is phenomenal. I want Ian and Stephanie to show it off because they put blood, sweat and tears into this. They ran the project for us along with Audrey. It was a huge lift and it paid off tremendously and I'd love to show it to you. And then the food will be available after. So I think the food's in the kitchen area. So if we could end the tour in the kitchen.
Don't start there.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right.
That will be the tour.
No, if we could just be back, what do you think? Maybe 10 after 1? 10 after 1, we'll start back up. But give you time to see it upstairs, and then eat. So thank you so much. Doesn't have a sound.
The history.
I think that fixed it. All right, Ben, welcome back and welcome to our state engineer, Jason Ullman. Andy, do you want to kick things off here?
Yeah, we'll get it. All right, I wanted to introduce Jason Ullman, our new state engineer. He is a longtime resident of Montrose County and was an engineer for the city of Montrose back when I met him first. And I would just say for anybody who's had the fortune of visiting the Montrose Rec Center, just a little fun fact. Jason chaired not one, but two committees to create the funding for that rec center and really left his mark on the community down there as a awesome public service. It is a beautiful facility, but Jason's been a long time assistant division engineer at Division 4 and then moved up to the state a little while ago. Unfortunately, I understand from Jason as of a few weeks ago, he's no longer a property owner within our district. He's moved to the other side of the hill and so,
Don't take any water with you.
Stop at the top of the hill.
But Jason, we want to welcome you and Jason was very eager to come and talk and hopefully after he speaks with you and you all ask him some questions, he'll still be eager to come back. So Jason, just want to turn it over to you and maybe give a bit of a presentation, but then I'm hoping for some dialogue with the board.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Andy. So there should be quite a bit of time for questions at the end. I think I have about a half an hour of presentation. As Andy said, I have lived for 18 years on the West Slope in Montrose County and moved there when my kids were 18 months old. And just unfortunately left. My job, I would love to be able to do it from Montrose, but 6 hours to get to Denver as people like Mark Catlin know, is a little hard to do when you have to meet with folks regularly. So anyway, so I recently moved and I was telling Sonia that we would have kept our house, but it's one of those that has lot of irrigation around it and crawl space water. We could have probably had a pool in the whole place. And I wasn't really comfortable renting it to somebody and not knowing what was happening. So anyway. So I'm gonna talk not all about, what's going on in the Colorado. I'm gonna, introduce myself. I'm gonna introduce myself, give you a little bit of my background, talk briefly about conditions. I'm not gonna do a ton of that, and then talk a lot about challenges that DWR is facing statewide, challenges that we're facing in different basins. I'm gonna go all through the state and then talk about my priorities before we get to questions. You can ask questions as I go if you have them. Feel free to speak up and ask. But I think it's good for everybody to understand what's going on around the state, maybe not even in your area, because there is certainly a lot going on around the state right now. And I've been state engineer for a little over 3 months. I was humbled to be appointed by the governor and Dan Gibbs, so I thank them for their confidence. The 21st state engineer, so since 1881, there haven't been a lot of new people. I guess that's a good sign that maybe they'd stay a while. So, but it is, a challenging position. Managing and stewarding the priority system essentially is really the job of the state engineer's office. And a lot of the stuff that we do surrounds that. It's, we do well permits. We have our dam safety program. And then, just straight up water rights administration. About 120 of our staff are water commissioners that do most of their day out in the field, doing actual water administration on the ground. So it's one of the great things about working for DWR is the connection that our staff have with the users. I mean, rarely in government do you have staff that are with the people they serve and the people that are impacted by what they do every day. So that's, one of the great things about working for DWR. So I'm excited to lead DWR. The state engineer's position is also the director of the Division of Water Resources. So I have some slides on the history here, but, so what about me? My background, is I grew up in Fort Collins. My family has been in the state of Colorado since the early 1900s. I still have two uncles that farm and ranch, one out in Briggsdale and one in Johnstown area on the Front Range and Eastern Plains. I grew up working in the summers, irrigating actually and helping out with the farm. And that was kind of where I started, my love of water, and just amazed at how we've been able to develop all these distribution systems. And then also, I like to backpack and do all those kinds of things. So enjoying the other side of water and environmental uses. So I grew up in Fort Collins, and then I didn't go very far for college. I went to CSU, and which is great because CSU is a great place to go if you're interested in water engineering. They have world-class programs for that. And then from there, I spent 7 years as a consulting engineer, working for both Ayers Associates and Applegate Group, which some of you are familiar with Applegate Group and Mike Applegate. And then decided that I was kind of tired of driving back and forth to Denver. And because we didn't live in Denver, we lived in Johnstown, close to where my family's still at. And I took a job as the city engineer in the city of Montrose. That's what brought us to the West Slope. And just got very involved in the community, like Andy said, involved as a board member for the rec district for 8 years after running 2 campaigns, which I think I learned a little bit about politics and campaigns. Andy actually was kind enough to write a letter to the editor since he swam at our facility. So yeah, all that stuff I've learned a lot from the last 18 years being on the West Slope. So after 3 years of being city engineer and dealing with all aspects of engineering, because my background at CSU was in hydraulics and hydrology, I focused on water. The city, obviously, you have to deal with traffic and treatment of water and treatment of wastewater. And sometimes there's, also sitting in front of many city council and planning commission meetings where they're discussing things unrelated to engineering, like harassing folks for their liquor licenses, things like that. So when the opportunity came for me to jump to the Division of Water Resources, I took it, and that was 14 years ago. And I worked 11 years as the assistant division engineer in the Division 4 office, which covers the Gunnison, which is part of the district here, and then the lower Dolores and the San Miguel River, which is in the Southwest district. But I learned a ton about actual on-the-ground water administration, what our water commissioners and our staff do to keep the prior appropriation system going, to make sure that only the folks entitled to take the water are taking it. And then about 3 years ago, I took the job of deputy state engineer over our information program. So we have, if you've been on our website, you know that we have access to CRE information, permit information, river flows, all of that stuff that used to have to be able to, used to have to come to our office to get, you can now get online. And our water information team does that. So I was over our water information team, our dam safety program, and our hydrography program, which are the folks that go out and actually measure streams and work with things. And as you all know, measurement is very important to managing water. If we can't measure it, it's very hard for us to determine who should be speaking. And so we have a pretty significant hydrography program in the state of Colorado. So that's my background. I think having the background both growing up on the East Slope, living on the West Slope for almost half my life, and dealing with, small town, being an owner as a city of Montrose representative for an owner of water rights. And a consultant working with owners. I think that broad background gives me a good perspective on what we do as an agency, so. I'm not gonna go through all the history of the prior appropriation system, but I thought, maybe this is a chance to go through a little bit of the history of our office. So, Colorado became a state in 1876 and adopted the prior appropriation system in our constitution in Article 16. And in 1879, the water commissioner position was created. So one of the longest positions in the state of Colorado. And then shortly thereafter, they created the office of the state engineer. So there's been a state engineer's office since 1881. And then we'll skip over, quite a bit of the other specific history, but bringing us up to today, there've been many other acts that direct our office, how we are to issue permits, how we are to administer water, how we are to issue substitute water supply plans. And in the 70s, as many of you know, the in-stream flow program and the recreational and channel diversions, and we have these other uses that have come in. Primarily in the 1880s, it was agricultural use. There wasn't even an ability to actually get a decree for domestic or municipal use back in that late 1800s. That didn't happen until 1903. And so our system has evolved to handle the different stresses and put on it over the last 150 years. So including, recently groundwater measurement rules in the Front Range divisions 1, 2, and 3. And some of you are aware in the Yampa of the measurement rules that just were signed in January of this year for surface water and groundwater measurement in the Yampa. And we'll talk a little bit later about measurement rules in the other West Slope divisions, but measurements, very important for managing waters. So, what we do in our office is primarily directed by both statute and the Constitution. So the constitutional provision, Article 16, was declared that all the water in the state of Colorado is property of the public, and you get a right to use that water through the court system. That's how our system works, prior appropriation. And the statute 3792-501 and others basically give the state engineer's office and the Division of Water Resources the sole role in administering the prior appropriation system in the state of Colorado. So that's where, primarily all of our authority comes from. Kind of a hard shift here to conditions. So if there are any questions about that, but I was not sure how much time I wanted to spend presenting versus answering questions. So conditions this year, and I think this year is a good example of how you just don't know what is going to happen, and our state has a variety of different climates and a variety of different things that drive snowpack conditions across the state. And so this is the shot from June, early June, prior to full melt out in most of the state. And you see that conditions varied widely from 0% in the Rio Grande and the Southwest to 165% in the South Platte. And most basins were over 100 at some point during the year, but because of dust on snow impacts, and I was in Montrose during one of those big dust storms. Actually, my family, we went to Dune 2 and came out afterwards, and it was like, it felt like we walked out of a movie into the dust. But that dust caused a very rapid runoff in the Southwestern and Rio Grande, which is unfortunate. The Rio Grande has been the recipient of some of the worst hydrology over the last 25 years. But so you never know. You can end up with 100% in early April and then have it rapidly run off and it leave the state prior to being able to be used. So Most of the basins though were over 100% at some point, so we're not gonna complain too much about that, but Powell inflow was projected at this time to be 80% of average, 83% of the median with over 100% of snow water equivalent. So we're still dealing with, what seems to be a lower runoff than you would expect from a similar amount of snow 20, 30 years ago. Yes.
Yeah, I just am curious on these dots over here on the, like along the divide, you have some red ones right there next to two dark blue. What's going on with those? Are those?
So because I can't click on them, I'm assuming they're lower elevation ones that the snowpack's already gone, so it basically ends up kind of skewing the numbers there. Whereas these blue ones are higher elevation and the snow sticks around longer at those, so I'm gonna guess.
Okay, it just looks a little weird, right? To
Yeah.
have zeros in there with, okay, thanks.
So anyway, so just an example of, you really never know what you're gonna get, so you have to plan for uncertain hydrologic conditions, which is the message that the upper division states have been sending on the Colorado River for the last few years, right? So even in a good year, it can be not great in some areas of our state. And this is that a graph of the conditions in the Rio Grande as they happened. And so this shows the entire year. And you can see my cursor up there? It's kind of slow to respond. Well, over 100%, 105% at some point of the peak, but that rapid decline and early runoff almost a month prior to normal. So that's where we're at, but we've had worse years in the past 5 years, so nobody's complaining too much about the conditions this year, but. Okay, so statewide challenges that I see starting this job. And as you all who sit on a board for the conservation district and are in your communities, dealing with water involves a lot of different disciplines. I mean, primarily you could make the argument that, engineering and legal science are maybe where we live in the regulatory world, but we also have to deal with politics, sociology that impacts people's economics. And that's a difficult, it's also challenging and exciting to deal with those issues, but it's where you end up with pictures like this is a reenactment maybe of a picture that you've seen before of older gentlemen battling with shovels. And so I've, for the last 8 or 9 years, done presentations to the Natural Resources Festival in Montrose for the 4th graders. And we do a little role play exercise where we ask the kids to, one of them comes to Colorado in the late 1800s and develops a farm on this, what is a ditch in the park in Montrose, but downstream, and their life is good. They're making good economic use of the water, growing good crops. And then another kid's picked, moves in upstream, takes all the water, and he asks the one downstream, now these folks are doing well, you have nothing down here, how does that make you feel? And some of them are more excited to go use the shovel or pretend to use the shovel. There was no actual striking involved, just to be clear. But then others, some of them are like, I'd go talk to them. It's like, well, yeah, maybe now, but let's pretend that you were really angry and because this actually happened. There were water wars in Colorado, and that's how we ended up with the prior appropriation system as a better way, public policy, to distribute the water in a water short system.
No 4th graders to the hospital. Yeah.
No, in the 8 or 9 years I did it, there were no 4th graders in the hospital, thank God. Otherwise, I probably would not be showing it. So some of the external challenges that we face, and this is not just the Division of Water Resources, this is the state of Colorado as a whole, this is your district, the other districts around the state that manage water is, we have increasing demand. People are not choosing to not move to Colorado, right? Colorado is still a very popular place to live. And decreasing supply, with climate change and other factors seem to be decreasing the supply that we get, like I showed with that, the graph, we're getting less runoff from the similar snowpack that we used to get. That drives this increasingly complicated decrees and plans for use in areas where there's very tight administration. In the South Platte, in the Arkansas, and the Rio Grande, where there's almost no times of the year where we have free river conditions. Almost all parts of the year is over appropriated, and we are administering water in those basins because of either compact issues or because of in-basin calls. So that drives these increasingly complicated decrees and plans for use that are submitted to the court. Our system involves a water court where people that want to apply for a change of water right can go to water court, and they can change their right from one use to another using consumptive use analyses. And that's all well and good, but it becomes difficult for us to administer all of those when you have thousands of them in certain basins that require small amounts of water to be distributed through augmentation plans, through releases from reservoirs, managing dry up that is required by some of these decrees. And so it just, while we have more data, we also have more expectation of being able to be more precise while having all these very tiny amounts of water we're supposed to be administering. So that's one of these external challenges that we don't have a ton of control over. We are involved in the water court process. We consult with the water court, and sometimes we are involved in cases as an opposer, but ultimately it's the water court, water judge, and referee that make that decision on what's going to be approved for a water court decree. And then, in evolving expectations and practices, I guess I covered briefly. The evolving expectations are, societal values have changed some in the last 30 years too, right? We value water in the river. There's an economic activity involved with recreation, with keeping water in the river. So there's an expectation that we use our prior appropriation system to handle that. And then this expectation that as we've gotten more and more data, our staff have feel more pressured to administer to these tiny amounts and try to get it right. And it's a natural system still. It's not easy to administer a natural system where there's transit losses that you can't control. There's transit losses you can't measure even without significant additional infrastructure. And so that's, it all comes together to make this an interesting job for a lot of our staff. And these graphs just maybe demonstrate what I was talking about a little bit. So the blue, green, and orange lines are complex court cases as we've defined them in these three basins. So the blue line is the South Platte, the green is the Arkansas, and the orange is the Rio Grande. The Rio Grande is primarily driven by annual replacement plans. The South Platte is a lot of individual augmentation plans. You'll see that line goes very steeply up. And so with that comes accounting spreadsheets and things that we're managing to try to make sure that we keep the river whole. And that's difficult. The Arkansas is maybe less individual plans, but very large groups like the Lower Arkansas that have plans that involve a lot of exchanges. They exchange water up Mountain Creek, they exchange water up into Pueblo. The Arkansas River is on call and has been on call continuously for over 25 years, when you consider the compact, essentially. The compact doesn't allow any post-development without replacement. So these exchanges have been developed to allow people to continue to make economic use of the water and develop new economic uses in a system that's completely over appropriated. So, and then the downstream of those court decrees is diversion records. So our office, one of the statutory responsibilities of the state engineer's office is to collect diversion records from our division offices and report them to the legislature of what is diverted for what use around the state of Colorado. And to do that, we have this language. If you've been in our diversion record system, it is almost like a foreign language where you define the source, the use, where it's coming from, where it's going to, and what authorizes somebody to take water during a call. And so we have they're called water classes. And this is just showing in the South Platte and the Arkansas, just the continued increase in the number of water classes that we're tracking and trying to show the public, to be transparent, that we're doing our job, making sure people aren't injured. So some internal challenges with our staff, and those of you that own businesses are dealing with some of these same challenges. But in particular for DWR, we've had a lot of turnover. That includes me, obviously, taking the state engineer job 3 months ago. When I started with DWR, the leadership team, all of those folks have retired. I started when Dick Wolf was the state engineer, and was lucky to learn from him, and then Kevin Ryan. But Kevin, Mike Sullivan, Scott Cuthbertson, those folks that were in our leadership team are no longer there. So it's a challenge to replace that kind of institutional knowledge that have been involved in some of the issues and cases, interstate and intrastate. It's also an opportunity, right, to do things, maybe take things in a little bit different direction, but it is a challenge as well. And then we're having trouble hiring folks, which I think is not limited to DWR, but hiring people that are qualified, that we can pay well enough that they'll take the position. There's certainly a number of positions available in the water community. We've had a number of staff where we might feel like we trained them and taught them the prior appropriation system, and then they moved on because we couldn't really provide an upward opportunity for them to continue at DWR. So that's the challenge. And then, those previous slides where I showed the complexity is driving this. We are lucky to have staff that feel very strongly because of their connection to the people that use the water. They feel very strongly about doing their job right and making sure that the right folks are taking water. And so when they can't do that, when they feel like there's too much or too complex, and they can't get to everything that they should, there's this burnout and overload issue. And so one of my priorities that you'll see later is trying to help our staff prioritize what seems like endless work. I mean, we need to figure out what makes the most sense, what makes the most wet water difference in the river, and prioritize those things. Because we can't do everything. We're not given an appropriation. We're lucky enough to get the 8 positions we got under the Colorado River decision item years ago. But there's not an endless ability for us to get new positions to handle the work. So we have to figure out how to do things more efficiently and effectively with what we have. So if there are any questions about the statewide issues, or to move on to basin specific issues that I see around the state. So a lot of these issues we're going to talk about revolve around interstate compacts. So I'm sure you've heard, well, I know you've heard about the Colorado, but there's been a few other newsworthy items in the other basins as well of late. So it's an interesting time to take this position because the state engineer's position is also responsible for ensuring that we comply with all of these compacts. And so this is a map of all of the compacts that Colorado is a party to. There are 9 of them in total. And 2 international treaties. And the interesting thing about them is you may all be intimately familiar with the Colorado, but they're all, it's interesting to me that they're all so different. None of them are alike. Colorado is completely different than the Rio Grande, which is completely different than the South Platte. And we'll get into that here in just a little bit, but which makes it challenging to learn. I've been doing a lot of reading of late. Anyway, and you'll see also that we, as you know, are a headwater state. So all these other surrounding states are looking to Colorado to keep and comply with our compact delivery requirements because they rely upon water that originates in Colorado. So we'll start in Division 1, which is the South Platte. So their compact was signed in 1923, a year after it was also negotiated by Delph Carpenter. It is maybe not, it's one of the easier ones to understand because it requires that the state keep 120 CFS at the Julesburg gauge, which is prior to it leaving the state during the summer months from April 1 to October 15th. If there's less than 120 CFS at that gauge, then the call is on and we are administering water rights only in Water District 64, which is below the Washington County line, which is what's stated in the compact. However, there was this little piece of the compact that hadn't been exercised by the state of Nebraska that has recently become an issue and been in the news, called the Perkins County Canal. So the compact also has a provision that during the winter time, the state of Nebraska can build a canal to take up to 500 CFS of water southwest of Ovid, Colorado. And they the compact will opine on whether what kind of legal challenges there will be to this, but the compact does expressly state that Nebraska has the right to condemn property and to make this canal a reality, because it's about 14 miles from the state. It was explored at the time of the, shortly after the compact and abandoned because of the cost and difficulty of building the canal. And so until a few years ago, it was kind of a part of the compact that hadn't been exercised or thought of a whole lot of. And then Nebraska announced that they were going to dedicate $50 million to study building the Perkins County Canal, and they've since dedicated $628 million to the potential building of the canal. The wisdom of that, we question whether they will get the water that they think they will get. 500 CFS is a lot of water in the lower South Platte in the wintertime. Rarely does it come even close to that. And so it does not allow them to call during the summer, so it wouldn't change the 120 CFS provision during the summer. But and this is, I was told by the AGs to make sure to place the sources Nebraska DNR, so I don't verify the accurateness, but this is a map that they've shown to folks about what their plan is to build this original Perkins County Canal route would have been here south of the river. And then obviously wintertime, the compact expressly states it's to be used for irrigation. Obviously, you're not going to irrigate in the wintertime, so there would be some storage involved. So they've are working on identifying potential reservoir sites. Interesting that the name of the canal is Perkins County Canal, and that Perkins County is actually down here in the Republican, but so that is their plan. What's the issue for Colorado potentially with that is in the wintertime is when there's a lot of pumping of water into recharge areas or diversion of water into recharge areas. And those recharge areas are used to in augmentation plans that allow people to pump their wells in the summertime for irrigation use. Also, interestingly, a large project called the Tamarack Project that is part of our compliance with the Platte River Recovery and Implementation Program. That's kind of the corollary to the Endangered Fish Recovery Program in the Colorado that keeps us in compliance with the Endangered Species Act on the Platte. That project is a huge part of that. And so those wells would be out of priority based upon a Perkins County Canal call of December 17th, 1921. Those rights are taking water junior to that. So it could potentially shut all that off. So that would mean us curtailing wells that no longer have aug plans that work. And also curtailing this Tamarack Recharge Project, which could have a big impact on the Platte River Recovery Program. So, which we think actually has a negative impact to not only Colorado, but to Nebraska. Where this is gonna go, we don't know. They've dedicated the funding for it. And there's been discussions recently in the legislature in Nebraska, in the news, about property tax. They're having similar issues to Colorado with property taxes being really high. This property values have went up and doing some relief. Seems like a good opportunity to do some property tax relief, but anyway, I won't opine further on that, but that's one I guess if you think about throwing a 500 CFS diversion into a river that has been over appropriated for 130 years, that's gonna be a challenge for us if that comes to fruition. So the next is actually in Division 1, but it's the Republican River. And that compact was signed in 1943. And then we have a resolution or settlement that the states have agreed to in that 2016 that required an amount of acreage retirement in the South Fork Focus Zone, which is the South Fork of the Republican. 10,000 acres were required to be retired by 2024, December 31 of 24. I'm happy to say we have hit that goal. And these acreage retirements were required to prevent the state engineer's office from having to curtail well pumping in the Republican. And then 25,000 acres, so 15 additional thousand acres need to be retired by 2029 for us to stay into compliance with this resolution. And we are actively working with the Republican River Water Conservation District to accomplish those retirement goals. They are the ones working with the users to retire the acreage and take the payment. We were happy to have that additional money from the ARPA funds that the legislature dedicated in Senate Bill 2228 that I believe, Mark, were you on that bill for the Republican and the Rio Grande?
Yeah.
That 30 million for the Republican helped us reach that 10,000 acre foot goal because we were able to dedicate additional resources per acre. The challenge there that I would say maybe I'm concerned about is we've accomplished over 10,000 and we've had this money available. The argument could be made that some of the easier acreage has been accomplished. That harder acreage that is actual wells that are producing significant amounts of water, we've got to get to that 25,000 acre goal doing that in the next 4 years. So
Jason, if I can ask you, what's the total irrigated acreage in the Republican?
it's close to 600,000 acres. It's a significant amount of acreage in the Republican.
And is that all irrigated with native Republican River groundwater or surface water?
It is, yes, it's irrigated primarily with groundwater. And it's connected to the Ogallala. Most of it is connected to the Ogallala aquifer in Nebraska, Kansas as well, and Wyoming.
What has been the state's role in the retirement of the lands?
So we, in 2016, when that resolution and settlement was signed, the Republican River Water Conservation District is a relatively new district. It was created at that time to help the state engineer's office be a fiscal agent and help us accomplish the retirement. So we've worked with the Republican district to do that, but they're the ones kind of the hands or boots on the ground dealing with the users. So. And then it also included this interesting thing called a compact compliance pipeline, which this is a map of the Republican, and you'll see it's eastern Colorado and northwestern Kansas and southwestern Nebraska. But that picture on the upper left is actually that compact compliance pipeline that sits in near Ray, Colorado. We actually pumped 8 wells, and we pumped those wells and put it in a pipeline and sent it across the state line to assist in compliance with the compact, so that we can maintain our delivery obligation. So that's an interesting solution to the problem that is arrived at with a lot of negotiation with the parties. And then you also see on the other map there, the red and orange dots are in the South Fork Focus Zone. Those are the wells that have been retired and circles that have been retired as of 3 months ago. So there's a few of them that have been retired up in the north, but the primary ones are in the South Fork Focus Zone because that's where it was required. That 10,000 and 25,000 acres have to occur in the South Fork. And then the North Fork compliance was based upon the compliance pipeline, which leaves the state here in red. So challenges there. I went to their meeting, Republican River Water Conservation District meeting a month and a half or so ago, and start to think, oh, there's problems everywhere, but, so moving on. The Arkansas River, there isn't any, impending rulings or cases in the Arkansas, but we've had a couple of Supreme Court decisions in this basin in the past. The compact was signed in 48, so same time as the Upper Colorado River Compact. It actually is interesting in that it states no post-compact development is allowed without replacement. And so essentially, that call is on all the time. And if you want to put in a well, you have to have some replacement water, whether or not you've ever had a local call on your stream. They're also the only basin with irrigation improvement rules, which I get asked, sometimes about, can you just change from flood to sprinkler or flood to drip, or in most basins, except for the Arkansas, you can do that. That's not a ding. You might, you can change without changing your consumptive use. In the Arkansas, you have to get approval through what's called a Rule 10 plan with the State Division Engineer's Office to do that because of the impact of the compact. And that was part of our settlement with the state of Kansas.
It's another way, sorry to interrupt you, Jason, but are there many of those Rule 10 plans in place?
There are a number of them, but I can't tell you how many. I'm not as familiar with those.
My understanding of those issues is limited, but is another way of looking at that is that rule requires the irrigation improvement plan rule is a way to ensure that historical or return flows accrue to the system as they have historically without, and when systems become more efficient, there's some diminishment of those historical return flows. Is that the issue?
That is correct. Yeah, I mean, the primary reason is to protect the return flows and ensure that, as some of you may know, I mean, when you switch practices from flood to sprinkler or flood to drip, sometimes not only do you, you're more efficient, you maybe need to divert less water, but you also may actually increase your consumption for one, and you change the return flow patterns. And Kansas was concerned about that change in return flow. What Kansas actually goes around with our commissioners in the Arkansas Basin twice a year, and they travel to look at the dry up, look at some of these plans that have been approved, and ensure that we are doing what we say we're doing. So they have eyes on us and keep a tight eye on what we're doing.
So we see in the press that there are some of the cities that seem to be picking on the Arkansas to move water from the Arkansas up to Pueblo, up to Colorado Springs. What does that do to those Rule 10 plans?
So, I mean, if the Aurora, the Aurora purchase of about 5,000 acres of land is the thing that's been in the news lately. And Aurora's proposed to purchase the land and then lease it back to the farmers and let them use it, and use some of the statutes that allow, alternative transfer mechanisms, essentially. They would have to go through, and make sure that all of the same things apply. They have to do consumptive use analyses for any changes. So it shouldn't necessarily have an impact on the compact if it's done properly. But it obviously has an impact on their local communities. Does that answer your question?
Oh, yeah. I get it.
So another hot one right now is the Rio Grande. I don't know how many of you paid attention to the Supreme Court releasing their opinion in the Texas v. New Mexico and Colorado case. I'm sure some of you have either read an article about it or read the decision itself or the opinion itself. When I first started, I started on March 21st, the day after the argument was made in front of the Supreme Court. And there was a lot of optimism from our Attorney General's office and other folks, our Division III staff, about the fact that hopefully we would get a 6-3 decision in favor of the states. So essentially the argument in this case was in 2013, Texas filed suit against New Mexico. Colorado was enjoined to the case because of our part in the compact. But the primary argument that Texas made was that New Mexico is allowing groundwater pumping below Elephant Butte Reservoir, which is the primary surface water supply for a lot of what is now pecan farms, and also, chili farms in the New Mexico area. Their allowance of wells in that area to supplement the Elephant Butte water had diminished the flow of water into Texas, and that they were, in violation of the compact. After 10 years, the 3 states had agreed to a consent decree that was going to require New Mexico to do curtailment of wells below a certain number of wells below Elephant Butte, and change the index that they use to manage and determine compliance with the compact. Right now, that is determined based upon flows into Elephant Butte Reservoir. So there's a Rio Grande one is another one that's different than these others. We have an index gauge in Colorado at Del Norte that determines how much water we have to provide into New Mexico at the state line at the Lobatos gauge. New Mexico had an index gauge at Ottawa, New Mexico, that determined how much flow has to go into Elephant Butte Reservoir. This consent decree changed that to be the index gauge below Elephant Butte and the delivery gauge right above the where the water goes into the state of Texas. And so the consent decree the states made a motion to enter the consent decree to the Supreme Court, and the federal government, without getting into the details, said, well, we didn't consent to it. And they filed a motion and got argued at the front of the Supreme Court on March 20th. And the opinion was released a few weeks ago. The opinion was denied the entry of that consent decree, and essentially said that the 3 states could not sign the consent decree because the federal government had asserted a claim under the compact, and we couldn't get rid of that claim by consenting to a decree with just the 3 states. And so similarities between the Rio Grande and the Colorado, there are some. The Rio Grande Elephant Butte Reservoir is operated by the Bureau of Reclamation. That project, though, was built prior to the compact. It was built in 1909 to 1916. The compact was signed in 1938. So the reservoir existed prior to the compact, and there was some discussion of that in the opinion. And so that's a little bit different, but essentially it's back, I guess, to the drawing board to determine whether there's a settlement is possible, whether it will be going to trial. And so stay tuned there on, the decision was 5-4 in favor of in favor of denying the entry of this, which was somewhat surprising to most people that were watching. So the Rio Grande is another complicated system. It's the other river basin that has treaty obligation to Mexico. And you'll see, there's a significant amount of drainage area in Mexico that also drains into the Rio Grande that Texas gets to deal with, the Mexico deliveries. But the El Paso gauge where the river flows into Texas, that's where that new index gauge to determine compliance is going to be. And I believe I have some pictures here of a trip I made. So my position as state engineer sits on the Rio Grande Compact. So for the Colorado Compact, we have a separate commissioner. Rio Grande Compact, the state engineer is the commissioner. So we did a tour so I could learn a little bit about the compact prior to sitting on that. I was about a week or 2 weeks after I took the job. So this is Elephant Butte Reservoir. Doesn't look dissimilar to the pictures you see of Lake Mead and Lake Powell, very low. It's been very low for a significant amount of time. because of the hydrology and the use below it. This is Mesilla Dam diversion, which is one of the big diversions for the Elephant Butte Irrigation District. And I show this one because I think I'm proud of working for the team in Colorado. If you look at the tall guy there with the hat, that's Chad Wallace, who some of you might know, he works for the Attorney General's office. I felt like as I was standing there watching him teach the New Mexico and Colorado folks all about the compact, I felt like I was in good hands in Colorado with the authorities. He's been involved in the Rio Grande for quite some time. And then this one I thought was funny because that's Craig Cotton, our division engineer from Division 3, checking the new gauge at El Paso that if the consent decree was, signed, would be defining the compact delivery to Texas from New Mexico. He's just making sure as a eminent authority on powder measurement that they did it right. And then this is interesting because I assume some of you have taken the tour of the lower basin in Colorado and seen the All-American Canal. This is its counterpart on the Rio Grande. This is the American Canal. It was built to have a diversion that was Texas is on one side, New Mexico is on the other. Previous diversion was on the border of Texas and Mexico, and there was a feeling that Mexico was taking additional water that they should not have been, so we built a canal that is not dissimilar to the All-American Canal in the Colorado. And you kind of see the border is right here, so this is mostly border patrol facilities. So that brings me to the one that you all probably are most interested in. And I'm not gonna get into the details of the compact. I'm aware that you've probably heard lots from folks about the compact. So this is a slide that I've had in other presentations, but suffice it to say that it was signed in 22. It's the compact that involves the most states. We have 7 states involved. And so you have an upper basin, lower basin split 7.5 million acre feet to each, ostensibly, with a non-depletion requirement of 75 million acre feet over 10 years at Lee Ferry. And this is another slide that I include mostly for the presentations I've done to some other groups, just to show, why is it important? Because I get questions from people in other basins of, for instance, Arkansas or South Platte. We've been administering compact there for 100 years. And all we hear about is the Colorado. Why, well, this is why, because every basin in Colorado receives a significant amount of water from the Colorado. Rio Grande, not as much in Colorado, but the San Juan Chama project in New Mexico delivers a significant amount that is tied into the compact in New Mexico. So therefore, the reason why Colorado compact and the issues that surround it are important to everyone in the state. And another thing I'm not going to get into details about, but included the slide just because it's pertinent and timely, I guess. And you've seen and heard from Becky Mitchell, our commissioner, about the upper division states alternative. I won't get into a lot of detail other than saying, the proposal is to base releases from Powell on hydrologic conditions, base it on actual reservoir conditions, and untie the 2 reservoirs from each other so that they're not linked like they are now with the current operating criteria. And then I believe my last slide before my priorities is a slide that I put together recently on Lee Ferry flows. Other folks have put together similar slides. I apologize for the size of the writing and the bars, but I wanted to cover the entire period of record from the Upper Colorado River Commission report from last year. And so the bars are deliveries by year. And so you see on the left, this scale is the annual deliveries. So you'll see these big years And obviously the eighties, you see a big chunk of big years here. One over 20 million, nearly 21 million acre feet at Lee Ferry. And then the green line is the 10-year average, which is in the Upper Colorado River Compact, and that is the determiner of whether or not there's that non-depletion amount has been satisfied. And then these yellow and red lines are 82.5 and 75 million acre feet. The 75 million acre feet is 7.5 times 10. So that's the 10-year average. Depletion, non-depletion number that's in the compact, right? So obviously in the 80s, you know, you look and we were well above 120 million acre feet even, so almost twice what was required. That has steadily declined. We had some periods in the 90s that were really good. The last time the reservoirs were full in 2000 or right before 2000. And now, you know, the decline in that 10-year running average that you see here. However, this green line where it ends there includes 2 years of assumed 7.48 million acre foot deliveries, which gets you to the 2026 expiration of the 2026 guidelines. And so right now, that number is 86 million acre feet. So as of last year, the delivery over the last 10 years was 86 million, just over 86 million acre feet. And so we're not close to that 75 million acre feet. The post 2026 negotiations that I kind of skipped over the details of are going to heavily determine what these flows might look like going forward, right? Because releases from Powell, the biggest impact on what those flows at Lee Ferry look like. And so not knowing exactly what the conditions will look like, because those negotiations are going on right now, and we have multiple competing proposals, how those reservoirs will be managed, is hard to predict. You know, how, if we will get, how soon we would potentially get to that 75 million acre foot number. So, well, right now, there's never been a request from the Upper Colorado River Commission to or a statement that we were in non-compliance. In a few of these years, you'll see in the late 2000s, we were about 85 million acre feet. So that's the last time. That's actually the lowest we've been since the 70s, was 85 million acre feet at the end of the 2000s, after the 2002, 2003 drought period. We're just slightly over it now. So we're not in any imminent danger of being in any situation where the Upper Colorado River Commission is going to ask us to do curtailment or to deliver, I guess we'll just say, to deliver some flow to the state line. And we can talk about this after I have a couple more slides, unless folks have questions. I'm assuming you've all seen these similar graphs over and over again. So, so my priorities, starting this position, DNR's mission is to administer the waters of the state to maximize lawful beneficial use, ensure that dams and water wells are properly constructed and safe, and provide information about water resources to the public. So at a high level, I mean, that's obviously what I plan on continuing to do. I think I'm lucky to follow Dick Wolf and Kevin Ryan and have their example for how they did this job. I want to continue that legacy of doing a great job for the citizens of the state and stewarding the park appropriation system. One of the areas that in the last few years, you all are aware that there's been significant, federal and other funding available for water projects. Trying to use some of that funding to benefit our administration and to benefit the users. And we've been able to do that. We have some money coming from the bipartisan infrastructure law, river stream gauges. We have, some money, thankfully, from CWCB to do diversion telemetry on some diversion structures around the state of Colorado. But using some of this opportunity right now that we have to improve our ability to manage the system. One of those projects that we're using funding is using the most current technology to create tools to assist in our administration. So, you know, in the past, our water commissioners would, well, way past, they have a book that we would issue to them that they would take out with them. And you can go online now and see those old books from the 1800s, even the diversion records that were taken. 10 years ago, we have, you know, a lot of them would take out 3-ring binders and a day timer and they'd write it in their book, then they type it into a spreadsheet or put it into our database. We're looking to, we have a remote app that they can use to do some of that, but it's not as functional as we would like. And so we're lucky enough to get $800,000 of funding from CWCB to create a mobile field data application so that our staff can do some of the work out in the field. They can do their inspections in the field. Maybe they don't have to come back in and spend hours collecting pictures and putting them into inspection reports and that kind of stuff. And then a big one is, this is a difficult one, I think, that most state engineers have struggled with, is balancing the need to maintain the state engineers and the division engineers' discretion to make decisions on stream systems for administration, because each stream system is very different. You saw the stuff about the compacts. Each of the compacts is different. Even the priority administration, while it's done in priority, it's accomplished differently across the state in different divisions because of the way they were settled, because of the water rights that are involved, because of the entities involved. And so maintaining some of that discretion while also giving people some comfort and certainty on how we're gonna do our job, so that it's not, you know, up in the air and people aren't concerned that, well, what if you aren't the state engineer anymore? Or what if this isn't my division engineer in 5 years? Balancing those two things is the difficult, but trying to make sure we're promulgating rules, policies, guidelines where necessary and useful, and where not, where we need to maintain that discretion to continue to do that. And then, you know, thinking creatively about changes that will help us attract, you know, and retain quality staff that will continue to do their job like we have now. We have a very high quality staff that care a lot about their job to steward water in Colorado. And we want to keep that up. And like I said, we've been struggling with retaining staff of late. So those are my priorities. And I think I already covered these because I'm used to just talking about them. The one thing I didn't hit was dam safety. Our dam safety program has made a lot of good use of the public funds available to do comprehensive dam safety evaluations. They have had over $2.5 million of funding that is essentially going to owners to help them do comprehensive dam safety evaluations at their facilities and more discreetly identify risk at their dam and help them understand what they can do to either lift storage restrictions or handle the risk at their facilities. So I think that's all I have for prepared remarks. Kind of a high level overview of what's going on around the state. And oh, darn, I left time for questions though.
You know, the wonderful thing is, we're here all afternoon. Now, Jason, I do want to say, you know, our staff and I think many of our board members interact with Division of Water Resources staff frequently, whether it's the dam safety group or the division engineers. And I will say, we have really great people that you get to work with, and we appreciate the staffing that you have. And, you know, as you know, we've been closely interacting with some of the dam safety folks, Dana, and I know that you've elevated John to a new position. John Hunyadi, really have to commend you on their approach to dam safety and the collaboration that we've experienced. And so just want to highlight that from our perspective, that really are doing a great job. And appreciate that very cooperative and proactive approach.
Well, I appreciate that. I think John and the new, whoever is selected, we're in the process of interviewing for the new dam safety chief. Will hopefully, the plan is to continue that support while they have, their job is to make sure that dams are safe in the state of Colorado, so they have to issue storage restrictions at times. Is to also work with the owners. I mean, our job is to use government funds and use our resources to help them not to obstruct, those projects. So that's great to hear.
Does anybody have questions? Do you have time for a couple of questions?
I have time for what,
All right, Director Haas
questions,
and
yes.
then Director Bennett.
I won't say lots of questions, but I do have time.
He was trying to filibuster, but.
Yeah. No, questions are just fine, yeah.
We're very flexible here. Director Haas.
Thank you, Madam President. So I have two questions and they're super different, so I'm gonna take them, let you answer first and then
Sure.
in a second. So I totally hear you about the quality staff and how do we retain staff. I also know in some of the, at least resort communities, the commissioners are working 3 jobs.
Yeah.
So what can we do at the legislative level to try to bolster funds for the staff that you have now so you can keep them? And then we can imagine there's probably going to be more needs, more demand for additional staff. So
Yeah.
how are you thinking about that?
So, that's a great question. And I think that, we're thankful to the legislature for the money that they have, dedicated. We actually got 3 more positions this past year, two in addition to the 8.5 positions we received in the Colorado, primarily for Colorado River issues in the previous year. And, two in the South Platte and 1 in the Rio Grande for river operations coordinators. It is difficult in many of these, mountain communities. It's become, cost of living is just so high. And so when you're paying a tech staff to do the water commissioner positions, we have, tried to provide them additional in past year when gas prices were really high, about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, we did a stipend for fuel. And so I guess continuing to support those kinds of creative solutions to help them, pay for their living expenses and in an area where, it's difficult to find housing. Not that even it's difficult to find housing, let alone, other places like Glenwood Vale, Aspen. And our commissioners have to live where they work typically, because most of them work out of their homes. And so I appreciate the comment, I guess. Continuing to tell people about the great work that DWR does is helpful. Because a lot of people don't really know what our staff do. If you don't own a water right, you may not interact with our staff on a daily basis. The ag users definitely probably know us the best, and the staffing of the municipalities, interact with us regularly, but as, the public maybe not as aware. We put together some videos. If you go to our website, there's a video on water administration. There's a couple videos on what we do that are short, because we've tried to think about ways to get that message out to the public. It's easy for us, our staff is a lot of technical people and engineers that aren't all that good at telling people stories. We like to tell people stories with graphs and charts, and they glaze over and stop listening. And so we hired Christy Bodie, who made some nice videos for us that are available. If you, please go to our website and share those videos. Tell the story in 2 minutes about, all the different things that our staff do. And then there's one for real estate agents to help them understand what a well permit is, what things their clients should be looking for. And I think we just did a press release on that one recently.
Good luck with that.
Well, yeah, and I would
Yes.
say, think about how to translate that into additional resources at the legislative level.
Yeah.
I know nobody wants to pay for more things, but this is gonna be your staff are gonna be critically important to the next.
Yeah, and one of our challenges is that we are one of the agencies that is almost entirely general fund funded, so our funds are, you know, it's not like we have well permit fees, but those well permit fees are $100 and they've been $100 for a long time. And those go to our well inspection program, which is, you know, we have 2 well inspectors and a well inspection chief for the entire state of Colorado, and you might imagine that the thousands of wells that go in, we're not probably seeing the things, you know. In fact, we've got contractors say, well, you know, I do my job, I follow the rules, but I know you aren't seeing everybody, and so I think I was kind of traveling down a rabbit trail there, but I mean, the general fund, that's really our only cash fund is in our well inspection program, and so we're competing with all of these other budget priorities, budget limitations and directives that the voters passed, and so it is difficult. So yeah, we're trying to get the message out on what we do so that people, you know that, you know, our jobs are important.
So my second,
Affect their lives. And so your second question.
yeah, my
sorry.
second question is a little more, maybe a little more tricky, but, so you just showed us all these other compacts that are in administration dealing with curtailment. I'm guessing that is much harder than, I mean, that has got to be a difficult situation for all the folks that are, that have water rights. It's difficult for your office to administer. What kinds of things are you thinking about for the Colorado that could be more proactive? And so at least just being ready, so you're not having to go into massive curtailment or uncertainty if that day ever comes.
Sure, that's a good question. So one of the things that we're doing, as the board is probably aware, we have the measurement rules process that finished in 6th. And we have done 5 stakeholder meetings in Division 7 before Kevin retired in December. And that process will probably kick back off in the fall. We're looking at having 1 additional stakeholder meeting, just because there were some things that we've identified from the implementation of the 6 rules, because they're in the process of inventorying structures right now in Division 6. And that we'd like to maybe tweak the language just a little bit. And that was kind of the plan, I think, was to learn as we go. So that's one thing. I mean, if we can't, there's a lot of data gaps on the west slope, because in many areas where there's never been a call, and there's a lot of tributaries on the west slope, particularly in 6 and 7, there hasn't been calls, and even the Andrews River, the water that hasn't been called. That there's a significant number of structures that don't have measuring devices. And the measuring devices are, required where necessary by statute. And so this measurement rules process is attempting to define where those are necessary. And that's a proactive step to be ready for any kind of, not only interstate, but intrastate administration as water resources get tighter and we have more people and more complicated to create. So that's the main proactive step that we're taking right now, is to get to where we have measurement of most of the structures. So,
Director Vandenberg.
I'm just gonna tie into Director Hawes' question. So Director Ullman, I do not envy you for what you're accepting to do here, but thank you. It's truly been a pleasure working with the director's office. It's always been enlightening for me, so. But I guess I'm a water manager by trade. And we keep talking about the Colorado Compact. I know you went through several other basins to where we already know there's rules in place. I heard the buzz in the hall to where we kind of have a speculative idea on where the water may come if the ugly compact comes to fruition. But as a water manager, I'm lacking a tool for me to appropriately provide water services for those that I serve. And that's rules to how the Colorado Compact would roll out. At some point in time, I think it's imperative for us to know these rules, because I do live in a basin, Rio Blanco County, that is fairly junior in nature to the Colorado River Compact. 30% roughly, both of the water use in Rio Blanco County would be curtailed. That's a pretty big number. How am I supposed to plan for it when we talk with the IBCC, the base roundtables, the river district, my board, the water users within my basin? How do I respond to them a question to where there is no answer? Because my hands are tied and I'm told I cannot and thou shalt not plan for a Colorado River compact curtailment within the White River Basin.
Well, okay, so let me take that a few steps at a time. So I think that I understand where you're coming from. I've been, like I said, I worked for the city of Montrose, we were a water right owner. I've worked as a consultant for different entities, but, and so in that role, I understand the need to be able to plan and understand how is this going to happen? The first thing I'd say is that, the reason I showed those slides, and Kevin, I think had showed those to folks before too, in terms of the numbers, is that right now, we are not in the foreseeable future, at least in the next 5 years, going to see the Upper Colorado River Commission direct us that we have to deliver any water to the state. I mean, we're at 86 million acre feet right now, even if that delivery remained at 7.48 for the next couple of years, we still don't get anywhere near 75 million acre feet. And so, and then pair that with the fact that we have the post 2026 negotiations going on right now that are going to make a big difference potentially in what we would expect. So from my perspective, as a planner, because I'm planning for administration, I don't even know what the conditions would look like until those negotiations complete. Once those negotiations are completed and we have new operating guidelines on the river, I'll have a little better idea of what the likelihood is of that occurring and what timeframe the likelihood of that occurring is. And so I don't have the information I think necessary. It would be premature to do those kinds of rules now. As far as the other basins, most of them don't have what we would call true compact compliance rules. The compact itself, in the Arkansas, for instance, no post 48 development, settlement negotiations require the state to do rulemaking for irrigation improvement and all that kind of stuff. South Platte is relatively straightforward with 120 CFS flow during the summer months. And so, and then the Rio Grande has index gauges that we, with a required development. And we don't have rules there either. We have groundwater measurement and administration rules because the state engineer's office has to have those before we can curtail wells, but we don't have compact compliance rules. Now, will those rules, will it be appropriate at some point for state engineer's office to pursue rules? Potentially. But at that time is not now. I mean, there's too many unknowns for us right now. And there's not any imminency of us needing to do any curtailment in the time that those negotiations are going on for the Colorado River or for the operations of the two reservoirs. So does that answer your question? I mean, I know it's
I understand where you're coming from, and I greatly appreciate your explanation there. And you talk schedules and timing, but as a water manager, we measure water time in decades. So even for me as a water manager, it's going to take me 10 years to maybe fully roll out a plan that would suffice a portion of our district's use. So that's where now I'm looking at what you got, and that is extending out further. So you've got risk, we've got risk, and you've got a plan and I got a plan, and I don't envy your plan. Mine's hard enough the way it is. But we're the ones looking at going without.
Yeah, and I get that, trust me.
Mhm.
I think that, and so I guess, what I'm trying to say is that the message isn't that we will never do rules, but the message is that this is not the right time for them. I mean, we have a significant number of unknowns and we just aren't anywhere near a point where I would need to be ordering any kind of curtailment. Because I mean, I know many of you have been to presentations by other folks that know even more about the compact than I do. And, you know, we're at 86 now, even with 748 for 2 years, we're not anywhere near 75. There'll be significant discussion amongst the states at the Upper Colorado River Commission and between the lower basin about what constitutes that. So, I mean, I think we have some space. I think we have enough space to let the negotiations play out. And have a better idea of what the river looks like. Hopefully, the longer term.
Well, your confidence helps. Thanks you.
Any other questions?
And if I was thinking that, maybe I'll just say, if I was, sorry, Kathy, I didn't mean to cut you off. If I was thinking that I was gonna have to do curtailment in the Colorado River Basin in the next few years, I might have been less likely to take this position.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. State Engineer. I would just say I totally agree on that. You know, we're quite a ways away in terms of a 10-year running average from the 75/10. Maybe, you know, specified number that's in the compact, regardless of how you interpret the obligation that's associated with that, and non-depletion obligation. Quite a number, both in terms of years and in volume away from that on a 10-year running average. Some people in the basin, including some folks in Colorado, have referred to the 75/10 year running obligation, and its step cousin, if you will, the 82.5 million acre feet over 10 as inflection points or trigger points in the interstate arena. And that obviously with the chart that I think you showed earlier, that 82.5 million acre feet over 10 inflection point we would get to before the 75. That's just the way the math would work. And not ascribing any validity to that position, if that is a serious trigger point. We have heard words like that from the lower basin and from others, that it's something to be wary of. I used to take the position that the promulgation of compact rules and the discussion of it was premature, because of the very reasons that you said, and because of the intrastate conflict that it likely would breed or engender. It seems to me lately, in large part because of just drying hydrology, and not because of the assertion of any of the legal disputes, but simply because of the drier hydrology where we are on that chart. And that the intrastate conflict, is getting closer because of that drying hydrology. We're not avoiding that simply by avoiding the rules. My view, it's a long way of saying, my view on whether or not it makes sense to promulgate or at least begin those discussions is changing somewhat. I used to be, let's not talk about it. And I'm now a little more open to what Director Vandenberg was talking about.
Yes.
And Jason, you and I have talked about this before, and I think we were both at the UCRC in Cheyenne.
Yeah.
The chart I just put up is Chuck Combs.
Yes.
And, I agree with you that it's not imminent that we're facing a compact curtailment. However, under some reasonably predictable hydrologies as put forth by the UCRC, 2026, we could be hitting the 82.5. And while we certainly agree with you that that's not a violation of the Upper Basin's obligations in the compact, and we stand by that. But we also all have to recognize that maybe the trigger for litigation with the lower basin. But under kind of the 7.0 release that Chuck modeled, as soon as 2029, we're hitting 75 million over 10. And then dipping below that. And that's 2029, and it's only 6 years out, less than that, 5 years. It will take 5 years of rule promulgation and the predictably ensuing litigation over those rules before those rules take effect. And I just, on behalf of the district, and I think this is what Director Vandenbrink was getting at, we don't want our water users operating with that uncertainty. Because that puts our pre-compact ag users and our post-compact urban users at pretty high risk. And just, I don't expect you to do anything about it today or even respond to it, but I want you to hear from us that we don't think that's a lot of time. We don't think we have time to mess around. And I'm not suggesting you are, I'm just saying, we would ask you to really look at this and understand what that means to our water users who make a living and their communities are vibrant because they have water and they have agriculture. You lived in Montrose. You know better than most, right? That Montrose is a thriving community in large part because of the ag. And it's also got a burgeoning outdoor rec community, which is focused on the river, right? And so all of those things mean a lot to our citizens that we represent as do you. And I am very afraid that we're letting interstate legal positions get in the way of allowing our water users to prepare for the future. And I would just ask you to think about it and ask you to, as a state engineer, you have the ability to initiate this and to move forward in some fashion. And I think it's, up to you how you do that. We would just ask you to really, really think about it and not put it off.
Andy, could you put that other chart up there with the mystery dot colors?
The mystery dot, oh yeah, this one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
and I can try to zoom, oh, sorry.
I just wanted to comment on this one. This is one that Andy showed us earlier this morning about where all the water is coming from for the system conservation pilot program, all on the western side of the state. And I think that's another concern and priority that this board has is Colorado's pledge to make sure that contributions, if there is a compact call, are shared statewide. And this kind of thing makes us nervous.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know if Andy shared that we had a meeting with River District staff recently and talked about some of this. And one of the difficulties is, that everybody that I've talked to, including our staff, want this, any program is, you gotta be voluntary, right? And so voluntary, temporary and compensated is the terms used over and over again. So that voluntary means that, people have a choice on whether they want to participate in the program. And so that's a choice to not participate or a choice to participate. When we start directing participation or non-participation, that then is not necessarily. And so that's, I guess, all I'll say about that.
And Jason, I appreciate that perspective, but I would compare it to other programs funded by the federal government that many people are familiar with. Public policy drives choices, and public funds should drive good public policy. The CREP program, the Conservation Reserve Program, which is irrigators get paid and have for decades get paid primarily in the Midwest to fallow land. What are they fallowing? Well, they're not fallowing any land. They're fallowing very specific targeted land called highly erodible land under the traditional CREP model. That was a policy decision made by, in that case, the governing body was the United States Congress in creating CREP. They said, hey, look, we want to engage in a public good of preserving productive agriculture, and we want to also provide incentive for clean water. And so we're going to target a very particular type of land to be fallowed under that program. Not every taxpayer, not every farmer, not every rancher has the right to participate in that, because not all of them have the privilege of having highly erodible land on their operation. In this program, the public policy agency, our state and the UCRC, the federal government, could easily design rules that are fair, that are equitable, that are transparent, that don't just target the West Slope, because that's what's happening in our state right now, is we're targeting the West Slope by saying we can't create rules for a market. We can't create a guided market. A guided market could be created with sideboards and different variable payments reflecting the actual market value of the water molecules being used where they're being used. Front Range water is going to be more expensive. City of Pueblo could have participated had the United States government approved their application in this instance and variably priced that because it was a recognition that that water is more valuable perhaps in their basin than in the basin of origin. That's what we're asking is logical rules, and it's absolutely possible. There are lots of examples of federal processes that do that. I bring up CREP not because I like CREP, but just because it's a good example of a public policy.
I was at a field that took CREP money in the Rio Grande. just
Okay,
recently.
yeah, so
For a dry up of land or compact.
Yeah.
Well, not compact issues, but aquifer sustainability issues in the Rio Grande.
it's just there are policies and there are rules and lots of federal and state programs. It's not fair to say that, hey, everybody has an equal opportunity or else it's not a good program. That's absolutely not the case under our federal program. One of the things this state says in its water plan is that all vibrant communities and all agriculture, we want to support that. Well, how do we support that? We support that by having an intelligent marketplace. And I know you're not running that market, and I understand that. You happen to be here, so I want to make sure that you hear us on this point, because you can go back and talk with the folks at DNR about it, and we'd appreciate just at least hearing our perspective on it. So.
I've heard the perspective, and we, met with your staff and heard some of the similar perspectives before. And so, yeah, I can take that back. I mean, we primarily, during the recent 2 years of SCPP, from the Division of Water Resources side, we're evaluating potential administrative impacts or impacts for actual water users on the ground. And so we spoke about the federal wage last Friday, right? Yeah, as well.
And we appreciate you doing that, by the way, very much.
Director Dennison, and then maybe we'll take one more and.
Thank you. Jason, you mentioned the societal changes that occur, that changes people's expectations about what the river should look like and how rivers get administered. And we saw that through the water plan that Andy mentioned. Most of the comments were about having healthy, sustainable rivers. And these conservation programs, whether it's CREP, whether it's SCPP or other water marketing or water sharing plans, are not going to go away. In fact, I would argue that they're going to get larger and more spread out across the state. As that happens, what do you see your office's role, state engineer's office's role in shepherding water and getting water from where it is now to where it might be? I mean, you said you're already working with those producers in the Republican Basin that are taking lands out of production in order to get water across the state line to meet compact issues. Do you see that expanding to basins like Division 4, where that's not really something we're thinking about now, but down the road could very well be happening?
So the Republican, just to be clear, is a little different. I mean, where they've dried up land in the Republican, we do have the compact compliance pipelines, pumping water into a pipeline and delivering it to the state line. The other dry up that's occurring in the Republican, we're not shepherding it anywhere. It's just hopefully the idea is that we're reducing the depletions to the river that goes into the state of Kansas and rather. So the challenge with shepherding water from conservation programs, there's a number of them. There's technical challenges, there's infrastructure challenges. you, for instance, I'll use the Poudre River as an example, just because it's at the top of my mind because of some of the issues going on with some of the reservoir projects, and there's legislation that allow you to augment in-stream flows. So the Poudre River typically dries up in multiple locations between where it exits and comes to the mouth of the Poudre Canyon and goes to Greeley. And now, they can dedicate some either storage water released or other water rights to augment in-stream flows. And that's decreed, so that has a legal mechanism whereby our office would need to shepherd the water. So that's one thing. There, in that case, there's a legal mechanism to do it. If you get a decree for an in-stream flow and you dedicate water to that in-stream flow, there's a legal mechanism where our staff can justify making your water go past another structure and get to the place of use. But at those structures that have historically dried up the river, there's not infrastructure to do that. Like the structures were designed to capture the entire stream. And so now you have money that needs to be spent on new structures, measuring to make sure that our office, as you might imagine, it's pretty controversial if you go to a user on a ditch and you say, well, I know that there's water going past your ditch and you've never seen that before at this time of year, but trust us, this 2 CFS that's going past is required to go past by this decree. We better have good measurement. We better have good abilities to control the water. So those are some of the challenges, certainly as the legislature creates legal mechanisms for us to shepherd the water. We have to figure out a way to do it. But in some instances where that water, in the case of SCPP, people are signing up for a program to fallow their land and conserve water. It doesn't have a legal mechanism for us to shepherd it. And so we can't require it to go past people's head gates to someplace else.
Anything else? Jason, thank you for being with us today. It's good to be around.
Yeah, thank you.
And before we continue, I wanted to recognize a guest we have with us today. This is Nina Waters, County Commissioner for Summit. Hi, everyone.
Well, thank you for having me. I look forward to seeing you a lot more and working with you going forward. And I hear the concerns, trust me.
Right, back to you.
Okay. Well, I just want to pick up my report where we left off, the Shoshone Water Rights Preservation Campaign. Covered this in our memo. Just want to state that I am really impressed with our Westlow partners on this and the willingness to contribute funds towards the successful purchase of the power plant. You'll remember the purchase price on this is a total transaction cost of $99 million. We have raised just over $54 million, 20 of that from this board, 20 from the state, and 14.15 or 14 from our Westlow partners so far. We have a county that is about to weigh in. We hope Summit County is present today.
It's me.
She's coming in with money.
Did
you bring your pen?
Great timing.
No, we are really looking forward. I mean, we've had lots of conversations with Summit County and appreciate their support for that. We have a number of other partners on the West Slope that we continue to talk to, some of whom have reached out and initiate the conversations with us about how they can contribute money. So really very much appreciate that energy. We are hopefully positioning ourselves for a request to the federal government under the Inflation Reduction Act funds that were allocated to the Colorado River. Want to just say appreciate the work of a tremendous number of our staff and on all aspects of that transaction. And I have to say of our Westlow partners and the state, the CWCB in-stream flow staff has been tremendous to work with. working through the issues that are in any in-stream flow, but just seem more complex because of the location and size of this in-stream flow. And really look forward to continuing to make progress on the deal. I don't know that I have a whole lot more, Peter. I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
No, I think the response from our community and folks that we haven't even been, in constant communication with, has been really outstanding.
And we continue to work with people throughout the basin, our Front Range folks and our bureau folks to talk about it and have to say that even the Southeastern Water Conservancy District invited me to come speak on Thursday, so I'm going to do that virtually Thursday morning. Just to, again, we're willing to get out there and talk to anybody. So if you hear of people who have questions, concerns about the impact of your communities, or if you talk to people from the Front Range, we have offered to go talk to any of the roundtables or any of the organizations over there to talk to them and get them the right information and really listen to concerns if they have them about it. So please keep that in mind, and we're happy to get over there. Want to turn right away to the Colorado River Basin Hydrology Report. Mr. Kanzer and Mr. Meyer are going to come up and take over the screen and the podium, and Dave and Don, I just want to say, because I'm so long-winded and some other engineer was talking before you, I would ask you to try to get through it quickly, if you could.
We'll definitely try to do so,
All right,
and
thank you.
it's great following Jason. Great to see you, and really great to have you here. Worked with Jason for many years.
Yeah.
One of the great things in my career. You're gonna be used to the format, I think, of our presentation. And we can go relatively quickly, because the news hasn't changed too much from last time we spoke. The headlines and the summary of the talk is here in black and white. I'm kind of looking at it as a sideways outlook, meaning that where we are today is where we're going to be next year in terms of the big picture. What's coming into the reservoirs is kind of what's going out of the reservoirs. And that's pretty much across the board, writ large. We just talked a lot about Lake Powell, and we'll get into that, but essentially, again, what's coming in, about 85% of the long-term average unregulated inflow will be going out, leaving the reservoir relatively unchanged. When you look at it next year, maybe 1 foot of difference are the projections. The lower basin, they will continue to have shortage. They're under the drought contingency plan, as well as the 2007 interim guidelines, which is causing them to use less water, which is a good thing. And Lake Mead is sort of moving sideways or a little bit down, and you'll see that. Across our district, reservoirs and water supplies are relatively good. You'll hear from Don Meyer on that. We've been helped by sort of a decreased east slope diversion, a lot of construction going on, and those impacts have limited some of the water moving across, and more water going here past the office. And this year we had a very large, sharp peak, larger than last year, even though this was a lesser year based on dust, heat, and reservoir conditions where they're all spilling at the same time. So you'll see some pretty sharp peaks, which was gratifying to see and good for the environment. Water supply, it's sort of neutral because, again, reservoirs pretty full. La Nina is growing. Those impacts are unknown, but it's a change from El Nino. The ocean conditions strongly impact our hydrometeorology here on the west slope and across the west. Just reminding folks about how snowpack ended up.
As you look at the summary, this is a very simplified look at what snowpack did across 130 SNOTEL sites above Lake Powell. The green band is sort of that average band. We're in that, and our peak was almost exactly right on the long-term average, the 30-year average for those 130 sites. But as you heard from our state engineer, that doesn't necessarily mean average flow in the rivers, right? So that was a little bit less. We're seeing that based on a warming signal and a drying signal across the basin. And so the parameters that feed into how runoff occur are going to be laid out right here. You know, the last 12 months of precipitation, pretty good, pretty even overall. The greens show that 100% for basically the last 12 months across the state. You can see some dry spots in usual suspected areas, Mesa County, the Grand Valley, and some other areas that are a little drier than average over the last 12 months. But in general, pretty good for precip. When you look at ranking those last 12 months over 130 years, you know, white is good. White here in this map shows sort of average conditions, but you can still see some variability. This is one thing that changed a little bit from the last presentation. Last time I showed two big bullseyes, one dry, one wet, huge variability. Based on sort of a wetter spring, that variability has sort of been eased a little bit, but you can still see some dry spots, especially in southern Gunnison County. And into parts of Delta and Montrose County, right? And then on the good side, right there, sort of just south of Grant County, Pickens County, a nice wet spot there. So, but that's all attenuated by this overall warming trend. Attenuated, I shouldn't say that, we should say sort of made worse, exacerbated by this warming across the state. And this is 130 years of record. You saw this last time. Red is bad. Dark red is record territory for warmth. And so again, it's pretty startling when you look at those observed temperatures across the state for the last 130 years. And that affects the hydrosphere, that affects soil moisture. This is kind of a unexpected plot for the top 1 meter, a modeled soil moisture, showing pretty good soil moisture, holding on here. And I suspect that's because the last 6 to 8 weeks have been pretty good here on the west slope. We had an early monsoonal signal and some remnants of some tropical depressions, which dropped a lot of rain and is helping counteract some of that warmth and dryness. So now as you pull back the lens and look at the big picture here, all those factors feed into the forecasted unregulated inflow for Lake Powell. Since 1964, the blue bars show that the average unregulated inflow is 9.6 million acre feet. And that's if there were no reservoirs upstream, right? The volume that would have flowed into Lake Powell. And then as you go over here to where we are today, 2024, you can see we're below that, about that 85% of this line. Now, when you look into the predicted future, these next 3 bars for 2025 show sort of the most probable, max probable, and minimum probable. And these are sort of planning volumes that plug into the reclamation's models to predict how the system will react. Obviously, it's a little bit bigger than what we are seeing right now, but not much different. So anticipate conditions and inflows to be similar next year. And this is, again, how the planners and reclamation look to operate the big reservoirs of Powell and Meade. And I'm probably violating one of Andy's rules by showing this plot. I hesitated to show it. This is one of the hardest plots to understand.
I just want to ask if there's
anybody on the board, other than Sonia, who makes sense out of this.
I will try to make some sense of it. I want you to just boil
Excuse
it
me.
down here. There's two main points on this plot. And since I put it up here, I'm gonna explain it. This little ramped orange wedge is the accumulated volume from April through July. That's really what we call the water supply season. That's the 80% of the flow that we have to work with in our reservoirs and how it comes off. The dashed line is what we would see in a perfect world of the last 30 years. Anytime you're below that, again, 85% type of year, you're drier and you're not getting that water supply that you would have planned for under a perfect situation. And that's all because of the blue line. The blue line is how the forecast evolves from the start of the forecast season in January to basically today. And when they come together, you've got reality, right? Here, you don't know what's gonna happen. Here, you know what happens. And this is where we are with our observed total inflow to Lake Powell. And it's a real important plot that Don and I use, all reservoir operators use to try to figure out where you are in the spectrum and how to manage inflows over time. All right, so we got through that quickly. And that's all the information I'm gonna show here feeds into that, right? This is how we actually operate. And we're comparing 2 years here. In the green line is 2024. You can see that's below 2023. Remember last year, 2023 was a boomer year, right? And we're looking at Lake Powell inflows. So we're down below that. We have a sharp peak, narrower, and the black is what, again, the average smooth line would occur over the last 30-year record. So you can see we're above at certain points, but below most of the time. And again, bringing that 85% inflow volume into focus and how it's distributed over time. All right, another really hard plot to understand in a few seconds, but I think it's a primer for what Don's gonna talk about. This is what, again, how we operate the reservoirs and compare last year. Okay, last year in the green. I'm sorry, last year in the red, okay, where we had a huge recovery in Lake Powell elevations. We went from really super low to near where we are today. The green, we recovered sort of our natural inflow, outflow, but we're at the same place that we were last year. That's the point I want to make. Next year, if we're at the same place, I consider ourselves lucky, okay? Two other things to look at are the outflows. So the other lesson for the day in 101 hydrology, inflow to the reservoir minus outflow equals what the reservoir levels are, right? In minus out equals change in storage. Key, this shows it all. And so the dark blue is what's going out. The green is what's coming in. I'm sorry. The green is what the reservoir level is in response to the operations. Last year, you see the sharp peak. There was a experimental release to move sediment in Grand Canyon. That's what that is. This year in the blue, no such thing. And you have daily fluctuations. That's what's showing there. So it's a really fascinating system. You can really learn a lot from these plots. That's why I'm bothering you with all these cool images, because you can't really understand, because a picture's worth 1,000 words, right? All right. And then when you put that into context, all right, we're putting it into context over history. Okay, here we are today in the black, and last year, we're way below the long-term averages and the statistical bands which describe how the reservoir has operated since 1981, right? Way down here in the minimum 10th percentile. Okay, so I think we all know that, but again, it's pretty, I think, easy to see right here. And I'm gonna leave with two more just mind-boggling plots before I hand it over to Don. These are the projections, okay? We've seen where we've come from. Now, where are we going in the big two reservoirs based on inflow and outflow? Today, the black right here, where my red dot is, that's where we sit, the observed. And now if we have a wet, we're in the blue. If have a dry future, we're in the red. And anywhere in between is based on a statistical ensemble approach looking forward. So there's a cloud of uncertainty, but there's a very high likelihood we're gonna be somewhere in this cloud. When you think of that and you overlay the interim guidelines, this is what determined what comes out of the reservoir. And I'm going to bring your eye to these two red circles that Andy promised you I'd talk about. Right here, these are the decision points on what will happen in the subsequent year. This is a 24-month period, 24-month look ahead. In December, you look at where the reservoir is in comparison to these tiers. And if you can see, we're right on the intersection of two tiers, the mid elevation release tier and the upper elevation release tier, right? If you're up here, you can release up to 9 million acre feet. If you're down here, you're limited and more than likely releasing 7.5 million. That's where we've been. That's where we'll probably end up for next year. The decision gets made in August for the subsequent year, okay? So we're pretty sure it's gonna be 7.48 release next year, unless we have a super wet year that pushes up into this area. But when you look at the most probable green line, you see we're above that 35-75 feet above mean sea level. That means we're in danger, if you will, of releasing 9 million acre feet. So we're looking at that every single month. For reclamation is very, if you remember back when Chuck Cullum worked at CAP, he talked about the sweet spot. If you didn't know what that is, it's about how to essentially game the system. With the two reservoirs connected, what they do in the lower basin can be the tail wagging the dog. And it can all come down to this point here at Powell or at Meade. This is Meade, same plot, same cloud of uncertainty, same projections, same decision points for them. It's not about how much they release, but how much they get to use. And these level one, this tier one shortage I talked about, they're living in this area. They're not coming out of that area anytime soon. They especially central Arizona, are forced to use less water unless they move up into this territory up here. And in fact, 24 months or into the future, they could be in tier two shortage, okay? So I did my best to fly through my stuff. I'm gonna hand it over to Dawn, but remember the one-on-one lesson, in minus out, change in storage. Right, here we go.
All right. Okay, so here we have kind of a north to south rendition of the Peak Swee, right? That's in the light blue. The percent of water supply runoff in black, and then I've added this time the actual volumes for each of the basins. And you can see that generally the runoff has not realized what the Peak Swee promised. So in the Yampa, not that big of a deal, 112% Peak Swee and 103% runoff. But as you go south, take a look at Dolores, 114% Peak Swee and 51% runoff. What's up with that? So this is a north to south thing. These numbers that I've added are the volumes, and I thought it was interesting. For instance, at Cameo, the Colorado is about twice this year, in this particular year, twice the runoff of the Gunnison, right? At a little over 1 million acre feet. So you can kind of get an idea of volumes. Percentages are helpful, but volumes are interesting as well. Lake Powell at Peak Swee, 111%. Gosh, you know, those southern basins really contribute to this lack of a, you know, the promise not actually being fulfilled in terms of snowpack and runoff. So 5.2 million acre feet in Powell. Thanks. And this is kind of hard to see, but spatial rendition map. Here's a map. We'll try to get away from graphs here for a second. Again, the north to south distribution of higher runoff forecasts in this case really had, these forecasts have actually played out. You know, green being above average and red obviously below average. So there's a spatial distribution of these runoff forecasts. At Cameo, we augmented the peak this year. And those cross operations really, as DK said, put a nice pointed hat on the hydrograph here. 21,500 CFS. It's a nice peak. Earlier in the year, the forecast center predicted about 13,500 acre foot for CFS peak. So things really picked up, if you will, in terms of hydrology, and of course, all that Gulf moisture originating south in the Caribbean really helped this hydrograph, along with the other hydrographs we'll take a peek at here in a second. But the Cameo peak was very, very strong. Over flood bank flooding that would is really helpful for spawning and for the juveniles to return to the main stem in the Grand Valley. Next slide. Lake Granby levels very high between Granby and Willow Creek Reservoir. The spill was around 90,000 acre feet. So wet conditions on the east slope, reasonable conditions on the west slope. You know, this is just kind of a hangover from last year, right? A tremendous amount of water spilled. They managed, Reclamation did manage these spills to avoid erosion of the connectivity channel, right? Which is newly minted and will be open to the public in a couple of years, or at least the majority of it. But you know, these spills were managed around the natural peak to avoid that erosion in the connectivity channel. Next.
Don, there were also system constraints on the east side of the CBT system that contributed to that spill. Inability to take as much water as they might otherwise.
Yeah, well, the wetness over there, but you're talking about maintenance as well.
Yes.
Okay, so quick look at Wolford operations again. Storage, red on the right axis in brown. This year's are the dark circles, last year's are the open circles. And flows, red on the left axis, inflow blue, outflow green. Remember, inflow, outflow, change in storage. Okay. This year cross operations were pretty interesting at Wolford. We purposefully, you know, our operation plan really dictated that we would remain below the spillway. But we decided for a couple of reasons to go ahead and spill. One being we needed to wash off the algae and crud that was on the OG crest where there's some cracks that we wanted to observe. The other reason was to facilitate our cross operations so that we could take advantage of the surcharge storage above the crest of the spillway. So we released through the outlet works increasing amounts of water to draw that storage down in the surcharge and augment our total releases. This operation, I think, was very successful. It also allowed us to draw the reservoir down so that we could operate during this clear-wave velocity seismic survey, which required zero discharge during acquisition of the seismic data. that data is, meant to feed a study in, seismic hazard, earthquake hazard, at our facility. That's all. These are the lines that were acquired. Again, these are Rayleigh and love waves, which tend to be destructive. And we're trying to identify the velocity of these destructive surface waves. So those are the lines that were shot during this period of periodic zero discharge. Next slide. So there's our cross operations. This is a gauge downstream, shear wave velocity seismic survey ops, dewatered our creek. I think there were 2 days when we had to periodically dewater the creek, and I think there were some angry anglers that fortunately Hunter had to deal with. He was on the phone for a couple hours on those days. Next slide. So now we're going to take a quick look at the Twin Lakes Exchange. This year, there are maintenance activities at Grizzly Reservoir, which is on Lincoln Creek. Okay, can you point that out? It's down on the upper fork. Okay, Aspen to the left. The upper Roaring Fork River. He's right on Hunter Creek there, that we're down to the south. Okay. The reservoir there is being rehabilitated. They're lining the face of the dam and replacing some of the valves there. Because of that, there's a lot of water that's being bypassed to the upper Roaring Fork. And the Twin Lakes Exchange works such that the Fryart project takes water in the South Hunter Creek area, and so bypasses are made at the Twin Lakes. So here's the Hunter Creek collection system. There's 3 diversions there. Here's the Twin Lakes tunnel here. Again, rehabilitating the tunnel, the Grizzly Reservoir, which is the forebay, and the embankment itself. Bypasses are being made in New York Creek, and again, typically with the Twin Lakes Exchange, you have water taken in Hunter Creek and released 3,000 acre feet released in the upper frying pan or upper Roaring Fork, and those entities are made whole over here in Twin Lakes. So that exchange is not going to happen this year because of this maintenance. And here's the result. The Roaring Fork near Aspen, we had near 1,000 CFS of flows due to these bypasses. Again, the Twin Lakes Independence Pass Collection System maintenance. And the Hunter, so 2024 versus 2021, Hunter Creek at Aspen, you can see those bypasses occurring at Hunter Creek, bolstering flows in Hunter Creek and therefore through Aspen. In 2021 was a dry year, granted, but you can see there's those diversions were active in 2021. On Lincoln Creek, the lower left and right graphs, that's where the exchange occurs. And in 2024, we had no exchange. In 2021, you can see that there was 45 CFS released there, bypassed again as an exchange from Hunter Creek. On the Yampa peak, kind of a bimodal peak here, mid-May and early June. 10,500 CFS. we'll move to, again, our other enterprise facility, Elkhead Reservoir. We actually, Sam Callahan did the operations here and learned quite a bit, I know. The maximum outlet discharge is about 550 CFS, and you see that we did achieve that. We released the lake spill early in April, and we actually managed to capture the peak, the seasonal peak during that operation. And the reason we do this is to minimize the downstream erosion. So it was a successful delay of the spill. I think Carl Ray up at the city of Peg said, let's fill the reservoir. So Sam dropped the discharge in late April, early May, and we filled very quickly. We had a peak of about 1,000 CFS that did the downstream embankments, our bank did see that peak. So we could have maintained that higher release rate and potentially stored that peak, but we thought it was a little risky. So we'll look at the White River here. Peak at almost 1,000 CFS again in early June. And I'll turn that over to DK now.
I'm just gonna talk about the Gunnison real quick, last few slides. Just to, again, compare last year versus this year, or even go back to 22. 22 was a near record low. Reservoir recovered amazingly in 2023, and here 24 in blue is where we are today. I want to draw your attention to this little sag in the storage level, and that's because of operations to meet the flows of endangered fish. Shown here, this blue peak, where they actually had to spill not only Crystal, but Morro Point. It's a rare event. It's an impressive event. I should have put in a picture, but a huge waterfall, and some of our folks, I think, got to see it. But so that high release of over 7,000 CFS prevented essentially capture of that water for the reservoir, and ergo we are below where we were last year, and not likely to fill, obviously, because we're at the seasonal peak for storage at Blue Mesa. The good news, if you will, is that there's pretty much a full fill for the Uncompahgre Valley, which relies on this facility to attenuate their deliveries. And another thing that's shown here is last year's interesting operation where they had two peaks. This year is a much more efficient release pattern with one peak. Excuse me, one peak. And so again, kind of shows the seasonal operations for Blue Mesa and the impact on storage. And when you put that into context, again, as against the historical, we're kind of coming back into average, but we are below average and continue to anticipate being below average this year going forward. Less about 230,000 of space that we will not fill at Blue Mesa. But by the end of the year, we will meet the icing targets. And so that's sort of the reset. And again, the water supply picture for the Gunnison Basin users is pretty good. So we'll leave it there. I know that was a lot. Happy to discuss.
Director Dennison.
Are releases from Blue Mesa being made now to meet record of decision flow requirements?
Yes.
I assume that's the purpose.
And you can kind of see that right here. This was just released. They're bumping it back up. So what Carrie's talking about, the flow targets have a seasonal pattern, not only the peak, but they have the shoulder or base flow. It's about 1,500 CFS through the rest of this month, July, and then it will drop to 1,000. So this little increase, which was just made, is for that purpose, and then we'll anticipate that going down like you can see last year.
Director McGinnis.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. Yeah, it's happened, I think. Jason's gone, but
10 years ago.
yeah.
That
probably
happened.
about
I was
three
there
times
when,
in the last 20 years.
I happened to be standing there when they turned the gates on. I was like at the parking lot. Just
Sirens go off?
It
Yeah.
was awesome. Wow, yeah, like.
Yeah. Other questions for DK or John? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I love graphs, by the way.
I like.
I like graphs that are on. Strategic plan update, Audrey and Amy, if you guys want to come on up. Yeah.
Why don't, if you need a break, just sneak out and take one and we'll just keep plugging through.
Audrey and Amy have been taking the lead on our strategic plan revamp and doing a lot of work to get there. They have an update today and some questions about when you would like to have the board retreat to give, kind of put the board at the lead on the strategic plan. So.
Great, thanks, Andy. Audrey and I will quickly go over what the scope entails for the strategic planning effort and what the board can expect coming up in terms of your engagement with the strategy development. And then we do want to spend some time identifying a set of dates for our board strategy retreats that we hope to do pretty near term in October. But just as a reminder, the board at the last meeting authorized us to enter into a contract with Civic Consulting Collaborative. We have a 5-person team for this effort. And as a reminder, we had an expansive scope beyond just developing a new strategic plan. We included being prepared for a staff level implementation plan for 2025 and beyond, and also some additional culture and team building work, given that we've had a number of new staff on board over the last few years and a lot of issues that have necessitated an update to our strategic plan. So we have a 5-person team led by Jacob Bornstein. The board will primarily interact with Jacob and Lisa Stokes Nicholas, who are our leads on the strategic planning portion of this. We have 2 additional individuals focused more on the team building, staff development side, Nikki Murillo and Marin Miller. And then Eric Arndt has been hugely helpful to us on the project administration side to keep us moving. But this is a graphic that I'll walk through in terms of how all of these pieces fit together. So we have a strategy arm that includes a number of items related to discovery. I'll talk about board interviews and a survey that you have coming up. It will inform our strategic board retreat, where it will include a board level effort to identify our strategic focus areas that we will then break into work groups at the staff level to take those strategic focus areas and identify action steps as to how do we achieve those targets that are looking at the long term in a 20 to 30 year vision of here's what we want to see the River District accomplish. How do we start to distill that down at the staff level to make progress? Associated with that is a culture and leadership component. Like I mentioned, we have a large number of new staff members at the River District, figuring out how do we work better as a team and how do we connect with the strategic plan so we are effective at hitting the ground running with implementation was a piece of this consultant contract that we set out from the beginning. And we actually were commended by a number of the consultants that we interviewed that doing some of this work in tandem, both refreshing the strategic plan and also having a component of staff culture was a really smart way to go about it. So there's good buy-in and connection to strategy. And we have the team building skills at the staff level to implement. So we'll have 3 culture workshops, some additional staff leadership opportunities, and then associated executive coaching for a leadership team to both digest what are we hearing from the strategy side of this component? What are we hearing from the staff side? So again, all of this dovetails together nicely in a project timeline of ideally accomplishing this through, we kicked off the contract in May of 2024, following the authority we had at the April board meeting. And then ideally we'll wrap this up in the April 2025 timeframe, which is a lot to accomplish. So we are working towards that end date target, but knowing that we may have to be flexible as we accomplish all of these pieces. So in terms of what to expect from the board level, we will start the strategy development with exploratory interviews. We'll have our consultants interview each board member on a one-on-one basis ahead of the strategy retreat. And our consultants will distill the themes of the strategic conversations that they have with each board member. It allows for individual conversations and a launch point for when we do that strategy retreat that will already have a discovery foundation of here are some of the lessons learned from each board member. Here are some of the issues that are top of your mind to make our time together most effective. And then in companion with that, we have a comprehensive survey that will go out to all of the board and staff members as well, that will have for the board, most specifically, again, another set of strategy development questions and also board dynamics that will lead into that strategic board retreat. And then on the staff side, we'll have additional questions that will inform our culture and leadership and team building exercises. Again, those two touch points will lead into a board strategy retreat that we hope to have in October. And again, Audrey and I will help facilitate a conversation on ironing out what makes the most sense for date ranges coming up. Following the strategic board, the board strategy retreat, we'll move into those work groups to develop a set of implementation plans to lead into 2025 and beyond. And that will encompass the final strategic plan that we'll expect to release at the end of this effort, ideally in the April-May timeframe in 2025. So just another way to look at this of what is coming up for you as a board member. Again, the staff and board survey should be finalized this week and hopefully launched to you next week and be open through the majority of August. We'll also be reaching out, our consultants will be reaching out to schedule those one-on-one interviews for you in the August and September timeframe. We'll land on a date for the strategy retreat, likely in October. And then again, the strategic plan wrap up through all of these components will be next spring in 2025. So I'll turn it over to Audrey for anything that I might have missed. We can.
I'm sorry, I just want to emphasize to the board how important your input is in this process and ask you, if you're like me, you ignore a lot of emails and when you get a survey, you're like, bad chance I'm going to do that. Please take the time to sit down and do that survey and take the time to do the interview, schedule it, return the calls, get it on your calendar, spend the time. We really, really appreciate the input guidance from you. I think it will be very helpful. And one does not take the place of the other. They're both integral components of getting your feedback. So please try to be available, even if you're following around Southern Africa. Director Morales. I didn't mean, that's probably the wrong word, but
I'll be working.
working, yeah. So just a plea to actually pay attention. And even if you're running for office, say, some of you may or may not be, and others are, you know. So.
Yeah, I don't put anything down on paper.
Or electronic.
Yeah, right.
The surveys will be anonymous, the interviews are not.
Oh, they told me that.
Yeah, no, thanks, Amy. I think you covered it well. The only thing I would add, the strategy work groups, we envision those mostly being driven by staff, but there will definitely be an opportunity for input from the board as well. we bring some of the initial findings or recommendations from those work groups back to the board in January for as a touch point for some feedback as well as in April. So depending on how the timeline works out, but given I think the demand on the board time and the need for scheduling ease, I think we thought the work groups fit best at the staff level after we get the feedback and direction from the board. So if there's no other questions or comments at this time, one of the things that we wanted to talk about today was the scheduling of that retreat for the board. So logistics have been one of our biggest challenges. And so one of the options that I included in the memo and that we'd like to talk about today is we could do the retreat following the regularly scheduled October quarterly meeting. So ideally, we would do our best to condense as many of our staff action items as possible, but there's still a significant amount of business that we need to attend to in October. So we would anticipate starting that retreat likely on the afternoon of Wednesday, maybe continuing with a dinner and then wrapping up on Thursday morning. So that is one option that is out there. We could also, I wanted to get direction from you all, what would be easier. We could do a separate retreat either the week before that board meeting or the week after. I have a couple of dates as an option there. I know that would require a separate trip to Glenwood, which is also difficult. So it's kind of, what the preference is, recognizing that meetings take a lot of brain power and energy, and we want the board to be as engaged and fresh as possible going into that strategy retreat. So following the board meeting is not necessarily ideal. But it is an option. And then alternatively, we could look at either October 10th or 11th or October 23rd. Those are dates that work for our consultants as well as sort of our key staff as an option. Ideally, we would make that decision today with the direction of the board so that we can get things moving with the consultants and start planning that retreat. So again, in conjunction with the board meeting, Wednesday afternoon, Thursday morning, previous week, October 10th or 11th, or October 23rd, which is the following Wednesday.
How do you want feedback?
Audrey, do you want to, should we do a show of hands or, I would suggest doing it after the board meeting is going to be difficult because we're all going to be brain dead. Maybe doing it the following week makes some sense because we have the board meeting to crystallize any issues that are out there, get an update on what's been going on with the leadership team with strategic planning and be ready to hit the ground running. But does anybody else have general feedback? And then we can do it. Yeah, Director McGinnis.
So those dates, so we couldn't consider doing it the day before the River District meeting.
Unfortunately, and that was one of our preferences to do it the day before. The consultants are not available. They have a conflict. So they already have a retreat that they have scheduled.
Madam Chair, what I like about just adding the day on to the regular district meeting is there are several of us, I'm probably the least to complain because I've got Interstate 70, but you're gonna have to have a day of travel time and a day of, so we're adding 2 additional travel time days. And I don't think, with all due respect, I think the brain capability of the board is probably good enough to handle another day and a half.
Yeah.
I realize there are exceptions, whoever made that comment. So we would give a handicap for that. So I think that makes more sense for the logistics, putting it together, staff time. And anyway, that's my thought.
Okay. All right, and Director.
I would love to just see the show of hands because I know I can't make the right after the board.
Okay, let's do a show of hands and we can continue discussion. So we make sure I have the dates right. Would be October 11th, the afternoon, the 16th morning, and the 17th or October 23rd.
Correct. Or the 10th. The 10th is also a
10th, 11th.
Okay.
or 23rd.
11th of Friday.
All right, so October 10th. And if you can come to all the dates, raise your hands for that.
Sorry, you'll have to say.
Okay, October 10th,
Let's
10th,
start with the
11th, 23rd or 17th, 16th, 17th, or the 23rd.
And when we say the 16th, 17th, it's half of the 16th and half of the 17th, or at least a few hours on the 17th. So it's a one day, we've been promised by the consultants, it's a one day experience.
It could be cut and broken into two. All right, so how many people can?
Wait, I'm confused. So I get the one day connected to our meeting, but the other two choices are 2 days?
No, the other two choices, either the 10th or the 11th
Or the.
or the 23rd. But just one day, and we would do it all in one day on those 3 days. The other one would be broken up and you get that break bread with us that for dinner and.
Oh.
Yeah.
Eat again.
Yeah.
All right, how many people can attend all day October 10th?
That's right.
5, 6, 7.
I have not looked at my.
We have 7, and I presume you guys can send out like a confirmation. Oh, Doug, are you online, Doug?
Yeah, it's online.
And
Doug, you
Doug
want to
can-
just chat the days that you're available, Doug?
Or he could turn his camera on.
So yeah, I would be available the 10th and 11th and or the 25th. I don't know if I could brain handle another day with the 15th, 16th to make 17th. So I would
20,
be-
How about October 23rd, Doug?
yeah, the 23rd would be fine too. Yeah.
8 on the 10th.
all right, October 11th.
Very few.
Wait. Eight and 8, yeah.
Okay, afternoon of the 16th, morning of the 17th.
I've got so many things sitting up in the air for October. It's just like, and I'm sorry, they might prioritize the river.
Do you have a hunting tag?
No, I don't. That's what I was
I'm just checking.
There's a federal inspection going on. and it's-
Okay, all right.
I gotta do that.
Oh, wait.
No, wait,
Put their hands down.
Wait, so I think
16th, 17th. And October 23rd.
So far, it's the same answer for all of them for me.
Okay. We have like 8.
And could some people participate remotely if needed, so they didn't have to do the travel for? It's not,
Go ahead.
not ideal.
No.
I'm just thinking of some people that really have to travel far.
I mean, we would certainly, get a hotel room for those who wanted to come over the night before or the night after, we can accommodate that. But I think in-person participation is really what we're looking for. Yeah.
So if my count is right, the afternoon after the board meeting, the next day are the ones that work. And what we can try to do with the October board meeting is try to cram the whole day in for the board meeting on the Tuesday and have that planning session only on Wednesday, so that
15,
it
16.
would be the 15th. We can try, I can't guarantee that, there's just so much, we might have to have. I mean, I love your dialogue, I love having input, but we would have to probably move faster on some of the stuff.
Yeah.
Or perhaps at maybe an hour or two in the morning on
Yeah.
Wednesday to finish things up. But I think we can do our best to abbreviate the agenda wherever possible to try to take as much time for the retreat.
How many people could not come the afternoon of the 16th and possibly part of the 17th? Anybody?
I can't, I mean, I can stay till noon or 1 on the 16th, and I have my own team meeting. In Salida, so.
Yeah.
All right,
So that's what we will proceed with.
I think so. Sorry, Taylor.
That's for the.
Well, and we can work with our consultant team knowing that that was likely to happen, and we'll have the touch points with the survey and interview, and they may have ideas on how to.
Right. Thank you all, and I will just note, I got to sit in on the initial call with the consulting team, and they know what they're doing, and I think the staff here has got a really strong plan for moving forward, including the board, and it's time. I mean, the last one we did was over 5 years ago. So. All right, Crystal River.
I just want to give you can sit down, Raquel, please. I want to give the board the opportunity. We're going to assume that you read the memo and do you have questions or concerns for our district river team? Or is there anything you would like them to cover? If my assumption about you reading the packet is incorrect and you want a presentation, you can go ahead and ask us. But I'm just trying to
shame people.
move things along. I had a professor in law school who would deduct 3 points off your final exam if you put up on his class and you called on him. So anybody want me to start calling? No, any questions on the Crystal River Wildlands?
When does the steering committee start meeting?
So the steering committee started meeting a couple of years ago.
Next time.
So there's no date set up.
Okay.
So the hope was for the summer, but I think it's likely going to be in the fall.
Well, thank you so much. All right, appreciate it. Very thorough memo. Thank you. The next comment is the joint board meeting with Southwestern Water Conservation District. Covered this in the memo. We have done this historically every few years. Would be a great opportunity. We would probably meet in either Ridgeway or Montrose. It would be held in, we're shooting for February. Both Steve Wolf and I have been talking about this along with Peter and Beth Van Verst, their counsel. There are some real important issues like system conservation and the post 2026 guidelines that impact our district similarly. Staying on the same page has proved invaluable to our staff's ability to be effective at the state and interstate level. We would really encourage this, but I also am very conscious of how much time we're taking of yours with all of our meetings. The question is this something you want me to proceed with scheduling, or is this something that is just not a high priority for you? I'm fine either way. I just want to make the case that we have gotten value out of that in the past.
I would say from my perspective that it's critical, and we saw it on a lower level in the drought task force, that if the River District and Southwest are on the same page, things happen. If they're not, kind of stalls, and as things get more critical with demand management or whatever, whatever the name for that would be, it's imperative to be on the same page, and that usually happens through having dinner together.
I understand not everybody will be able to attend, but just trying to get it scheduled. Yes. It's fine.
Are you worried at all about just February weather?
Yeah.
Red Mountain.
I mean,
Red Mountain.
I'm more worried. Yeah, we are, and we tried very hard to find a time. He wanted to add it onto our October board meeting. So, it just is really difficult to find the time, and because of where everybody's coming from, it makes it really challenging. So, but if that works, I mean, I don't know, and really nice weather, I hear people from Gunnison can't get anywhere. So
Bridges.
Yeah.
So is it Ridgeway or Montrose?
We're not sure yet, but I mean,
I'm sure Ridgeway's got
it,
meeting facilities like that.
it does. It's got facilities and
Center?
yeah.
And what about the symposium timeline? Like,
Our symposium is in September.
right, is
Yeah.
that too soon?
Oh, yeah, they
Oh.
couldn't do it then.
Okay.
Yeah, I can go back and try to pitch that, but because we could, but except we have actually done it in conjunction with the symposium. What we've done is done like a meeting with them in Montrose, and then we migrate up to Grand Junction and have our budget meeting, and then the symposium.
Happens.
I can try it again. We actually,
That's all right.
honestly, the reason we didn't do that was because we were trying to get that for our strategic planning retreat, and for a lot of reasons that didn't work, so. I can see what I can.
No, that's fine.
All right, and then, there's a memo in the packet about our treasurer. I will just say accountants are, really, really overloaded, and there don't seem to be very many available, and, our treasurer, who has been our treasurer for how long, Ian?
Longer than I've been here,
All right,
so probably close to 20 years.
Yeah, is just having trouble keeping staff and therefore finding the bandwidth to do it. He has promised us that he will get to these reports, you know, Ian and I have discussed trying to find somebody else. It's a hard one. It is important to have an outside set of eyes looking at our financials, and so we are concerned about it, Ian. I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that, but,
You know, there's not a lot of options for us to choose from over here on the West Slope for, available accounting work. So, you know, if we do want to look at changing, it might mean us going over to, some kind of entity over there.
are you opposed to us hiring someone from outside the district to do this work?
Not opposed necessarily, but I don't prefer we didn't, maybe.
So would we?
Director McGinnis?
Another entity I'm involved with. We couldn't find it on the East Slope either. I mean, it's gonna be a real challenge because of the retirement and they're just not getting down, so. You're not gonna get the too particular, and our type of work generally is low paying governmental work. And so I think we need all the flexibility we can give. As long as someone takes interest in doing
Director Chapman?
I think it's critical just to have that second set of eyes, and I had thought this was gonna, this has been another delay, right?
Yes.
Because we had thought, yeah.
We've had a few delays, and this is just a continuation.
And there's so much information and accounting work that goes through the district. I really don't think that we should delay any longer.
We will work on options and bring them to you. So treasurer does work for the board, so we will bring some suggestions to.
And his promise was that he would get to them in August, so.
Okay.
By the September budget workshop, we will be caught up.
All right, thanks, Ian.
All right, turning to the next item.
Anything else on your?
Nothing else on my report. Oh, one other thing just came in today. They have detected zebra mussel activity in the Colorado River above Cameo, in the Quebec Canyon and in the Government Eye Line Canal. And so not good, could be a huge infrastructure cost, could be a biological disaster. Those things filter out a lot of the base food for fish, native fish and sport fish. And it's a bad sign of things to come our way. With that positive note, I'll turn over to you
Should we
guys.
do a time check? And we've got an extra hour tomorrow to put things in.
Do you think we can get through director's concerns on the policy review?
And we have an hour left today.
I think so. I think the policies are not of significant changes that we've heard from the board previously. So I think we could probably do that. Both directors' concerns, and then just leave the two CFP items scheduled for today off until tomorrow we would put them in, right after, our triennial salary survey.
Okay, they'll take Jason Holman's place
Yes,
tomorrow.
yes.
All right, is that acceptable to you all? Get through those next two? All right. That should help us be concise with our director's concern reports. All right, so let's just start with Mesa County and we'll go around the table.
Oh, wow. Well,
Or you
just
can-
one compliment to the staff. So, as you know, we've got a lot of irrigation companies in Solomon Mesa County, which means we have to hold a lot of hands. And it doesn't take much to spur a rumor going down there. And I'll tell you, Andy and Peter are there in a heartbeat. So you were there a week or two ago. We got them together. A lot of anxiety was not necessitated, but they were like a quick response truck. Put it down, everybody's patting us on the back, patting them on the back as we left the meeting, so just a thank you. That was beyond smoke and could have quickly escalated. And so we had a quick response for the rest of you. Hear that and all. It worked well for us. It kept me from getting on.
Director Chavez.
It looks like we will finally get our gap weather radar station. I threatened to go to the competitor if they couldn't have it to us in July. I've been hearing too many excuses over the past 3 years and it seems to have worked. So I've been sent pictures as proof, which requires that it was on a trailer and ready to go. So that'll be great news just for wildfire detection and also improving our where precipitation is falling and soil moisture conditions and just the health of our watershed in general. We've been working on some projects doing, working with the BLM and Forest Service to put in some or repair some stock water tanks to kind of pull some of the cattle and some of the other ungulates out of the riparian systems and kind of trying to improve grazing lands in federal permit areas. We did a tour of the low line fire up Ohio Creek. All in all, I think the system's recovering pretty well, but there was about 30 acres that were severely burned that you could see the burn scars and nothing kind of recovering in those areas, but we're watching it closely and have implemented some additional water quality monitoring just below that area on the Ohio Creek at Walden Gauge. As Raquel knows, we're working with the Bureau of Reclamation on updating the 1975 storage exchange agreement for Taylor Reservoir. Bureau of Reclamation's had those revisions since 2018 and hadn't acted on them. And so we had a quick conversation with Governor Hickenlooper's office at the end of 2023, and that seemed to kickstart things and get them looking at that again. So just following up on that, we will have another meeting in a couple weeks. The 4 parties for the Taylor Reservoir operations will meet on July 30th. Just to talk about our operations plan and get that solidified. June was really wet in the Upper Gunnison Basin. We had really high temperatures, but a lot of rain as well. So I think kind of had that big warm up and a lot of flow and some flooding issues in certain areas, but then also had to do some additional releases out of Taylor just to keep the water from spilling. In that case, the Taylor Park Hydro project is going in. I think they're just waiting a few additional pieces of equipment, and then I think their plan was to try to be operational by the end of August, and so I hope that's still moving forward. And other than that, no other real concerns.
Thank you. Grand County, Mike.
First, I'd like to thank the River District on the State of the River. Always enjoyed that. It was a good turnout. Thought it was an excellent program. The staff members were there. One of the things, I'm going to talk about another W. I got to bring it up, the wolves. And, you know, they're here. We've got to live with them. But what we're seeing is the backside effect of that. The stress and the toll that is taken on the individuals that are having to deal with these things on a regular basis. There's no fear of the wolves at all. These individuals get out, mitigate and stuff, and wolves be within 200 yards of them. So I think there's some concerns there and stuff. But I think what you're really starting to see is truly the toll that's taken on the individuals and on the individual families that are having to deal with the death of animals and stuff, and nothing that they can do about it. The wolf advocates are just waiting. They cannot wait for someone to kill one of these animals illegally. But the biggest statement that was made at the Wildlife Commission meeting was the fact that the ranchers are operating inside the law. We being the ranchers, we're gonna operate inside that law. And until that law changes to where we can do something about the wolves, we have to deal with it. And it truly is a hardship for these families. You see them arguing all the time. You see the uncomfortable situations even within the town area of, what are you doing? You're starting to see more vehicles traveling up in the area where if people know where this den is, individuals they've never seen before, vehicles they've never seen before. And what they really feel is you've got wolf advocates up there watching them to see what's gonna happen. Supposedly, Parks and Wildlife have a picture of a pup from the den, but it's never been shown. So we're really starting to say, what is going on here? Just, it's something that no one wanted, no one expected, but you're seeing the true toll taken across the board with this. And I just wish the political side of this would go away and be more honest about what's happening and the true toll behind that part of it with the individuals. I can't emphasize that enough, that it really is. Jefferson families. Thank you. Be prepared, I guess, for neighboring counties.
Maybe.
I think everybody's very concerned of exactly the same thing and anytime, I don't care what it is, if there's, the bird flu, it's crossing over to the cattle, you're gonna have to kill your cattle to your birds, the fear factor out there is horrible. And it would just be nice to have some definite answers as far as
Signatures is spelled.
support from the state to, well, not necessarily the state, but just people in general. Our businesses are hurting. No matter what it is. I mean, it sounds like the tourism is doing well because tourists are everywhere. And that's what we want to see, except for I'm seeing bicycles on the River Trail. I'm seeing, I don't think any of that's supposed to happen. I see people camping right next to these smaller creeks, maybe not the larger creeks. But, and there's more people this year. Every year I say that, but truly, and the campers that are coming, I don't know if they're actually camping or that's their home, because it's not the typical camper. It's somebody built their own camper and it doesn't look safe or whatever, and they've got children, whatever. But, the backwoods, I don't know how safe they are. There's fires, you see bicycles with fires, and it's not that they can't have it, but Kathy brought up the deal about people walking away from fires, and we've had a lot of wind. Thankfully, we've had a lot of rain, but that rain quits, and that wind will still be there. But I don't know what it's gonna take, but I know there's not funding for everybody to BLM, forest, whatever, and that's what we keep hearing. But it's one of those things that when it takes off in my area, it'll take several counties with it if there is a fire. Thank you.
That was encouraging.
Oh, sure. We don't have a fire department in my area. It has to come from Denison, so.
All the
What?
things like cheerier up in Rio Blanco.
Well, one, we're not worried about water right now. At least it's an average year. That's really unique to see. We had an old school spring, which was kind of nice to see as well. But and I hate being negative Nellies on everything, but the hardships keep going. I mean, we just had the South Mine at Colorado Mine start doing reclamation ahead of schedule. We have people now in Rio Blanco County and Moffett County getting their pink slips to go home. That's very real. These people now are gonna be without a job and they're likely gonna be relocating. Yeah, we got a waiting list for housing. For people wanting houses, that's great, but if you can't find a job to pay the mortgage, well, now you got a new rental. You think you didn't pay the rental because the rent's twice as that. But it seems like we've got plans developed in the region. And it's not just one county, it's multiple counties that have actually worked together. And it's good to see 3, 4, 5, 7 counties really extending out to each other saying, there's a problem. And they're trying to do something to change their way of life because they're losing their tax base. There are ways to keep their schools open from not only from the wolves, being one piece, but also to where, we lose that tax base. So now we're trying to come up with new industry. Ag is one that the state keeps pushing, but then the ag, they keep throwing out about the wolves and whatnot else. You got a bullseye on your back I probably shouldn't have used bullseye. You have something else on you because you have agricultural water. So now they want to take that from you. So they throw recreation at you. Well, I can't do recreation because I can get enough water in the river to make it work. So when you try to get water and you follow their rule to where you want to do the ag, you want to do the recreation, you're told, well, go get this permit. Okay, that's fine. Well, but no, you can't have it. You got to go through extenuating circumstances to get it. And on the other side, I want to talk about to where, the White River Management Plan PBO is dead. DOA. The planning team, and I'm gonna say who they are. Program Director's Office, Water Users, CWCB, Utah Division of Water Rights, the Uinta Array Ute Tribe, Nature Conservancy, and the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District. Some members within there felt that, well, we need to do something different and we're gonna kill the plan after over 10 years of work to get that done, to finalize at hundreds of thousands of dollars. Thousands of hours committed by multiple people. And what do we get? We get a next steps memo as a consolation prize. Man, you had something here set up to where endangered species that was covered by Rangeley, Rio Blanco County, Douglas Creek Conservation District, White River Conservation District, my district, the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable, the Colorado River District, all supporting the recovery program for an endangered species in the White River, and then they kill it. For what reason? All we got was a kind of a BS response, to put it lightly. And now we're trying to develop a recreation base. They're coming through our rivers and they enjoy shocking the river, and they do that. And I get the purpose of it, but it completely shuts down your recreational fishery for 3 to 4 days minimum. And they come through a couple times a week. Well, now you're trying to do recreation. You can't do the fisheries recreation because guess what? Well, they shut that down. So you can't sell bait, tackle, fishing poles. People don't want to go camping along the river. They don't want to go to camp in the area because guess what? The fishing just plain out sucks. So here we sit, we're trying to abide by the rules, but now the rules are being against us for a plan that we thought we had going forward to help us take to the next level. But no, got you $1, but you can't have it. I'll quit with that before I even get more perturbed. But thank you.
Mantra.
Pressure's on. Corn is growing like hell. It's hot enough, corn's growing fast. Got enough water to get it to come up. Rained, June was out of the ordinary. It rained a number of times, water run down every row in the field. We haven't seen that in a long, long time. Some of the graphs and charts that were shown to us earlier, thank you, helped us understand what that was. Some of us that grew up there felt like it was the monsoon, but it was way early. So we just called it a rainy season. And, but it did help our country. There were, it took some of the pressure off of the irrigation company and some of those kind of things. We're still running well. There's some places there at percentage, but overall, I think ag is doing well. So far, we haven't had any more of those bugs in the sweet corn. Hopefully they don't come back. But, because that could put an end to that industry pretty easily. You can't have 3 failures in a row and not feel it. My country is feeling a lot of the same issues, ag, wolves, those kind of things. Everybody's holding their breath in regards to the next relocation site, which will more than likely be Gunnison, no matter how hard we work against it. So, all in all, I think we're doing as well as you could expect. And maybe in some ways a little better than others. We have a diverse economy. Ag is still our base, but we're able to accommodate tourism. You can see, there's a new hotel in town. It's open. They're talking about building another hotel. So those kind of things bode well for our community in diversifying the economy. There are houses coming out of places that if I could have helped them, they shouldn't have built a house there. But hey, when you knew, you knew. And somebody helped them take advantage of the fact they were new because, when the tailwater of that place comes into that place, they'll be like Jason was with their pump, relieving the pressure in their basement. But, we are, as far as the county of Montrose, we seem to be doing as well as, there are people that are not doing well. The bridge didn't help Montrose a bit. It's been more impactful on Gunnison than it has on Montrose. But I think mainly because the eastern slope comes to Denver, or it comes from Denver to Gunnison. And CDOT put up a sign said highway closed. Didn't say highway closed west of Gunnison so that you could go to the lake. But we did talk to them. They changed that, I think. I came up over that way last weekend. So they do say now it's closed west of Gunnison. But it just seems like a lot of people are not paying a hell of a lot of attention to anything that's going on. And that's from the state, honestly. I think they would like to, maybe they expect us to say more to them. Agencies are still not working. They're all working from home still, which I think to see our new units. I think everybody in this room is anxious to come to work now because that looks great up there. I mean, if I worked for you, hell, I'd stay all night here.
Same.
But honestly, there are problems and I know there are. But Montrose is one of those places that's kind of blessed. It's always been. It's always been looking up. I think we still are. And, everybody has the same concerns about all the nationals and all of the things that are going on, but there's still a pretty damn strong little community. I'm proud of them. So that ought to do it for today.
Thank you. Director Monger, are you out there? You've got a new grandchild yet or anything else to report to us?
No, not yet. So, that maybe by tomorrow. So thank you. So.
Keep us posted.
So it's been a good year here so far. I guess we're 2 weeks behind on everything you do starting in March. Things are doing all right, but we've been 2 weeks behind on everything, like everybody's been. Soil moisture was good, we ended up, but then we have this heat wave that hit everybody and man, everything is dried out. So whatever moisture reservoir that we had in the soil is gone. The dryland grasses just refused to grow this spring. Our asbestos forest that we had in northwestern Colorado is kind of going away as well. Yeah, we're very concerned. We had a fire readiness thing or a red flag warning yesterday as well. So, we're, the Upper Yampa, we're doing some wildfire readiness work around Stagecoach Reservoir and above Yamcolo. And so we're doing some work on that and we're very excited on that. Been working on the headwaters of Colorado. And that's a project that Rebecca's been helping us with as well. That's a project between Colorado and Wyoming and the headwaters of northwestern Colorado and southwestern Wyoming. I don't think you can iterate Director Richard's concerns about the wolf as well anymore. I am just so fed up with anything anybody wants to talk about conservation. And conservation this, conservation that, more wetlands, dredge and fill, and more wilderness and the rest, and now this Dolores project that's coming through and the rest. I'm just so up at, and I'll not say what I said before in another meeting that was before the Trump assassination attempt, but yeah, we're all a little gun shy right now, and we're tired of getting beaten up by the liberal faction of our state right now. And so, I'm looking forward to a good year. Cattle prices were really good. We sold our calves on Thursday afternoon. Record prices across the board. But I don't know where the money's going to go, man. It's just flying out of here as fast as we can get it to. So, I don't know if it makes the city better or any worse, but yeah, we're doing what we can do and taking care of our lands. And so that's all I have to do, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Munger. All right, Summit County.
You're not going?
Oh, God.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm excited that Nina Waters is here with me or with us today, and she'll be here for dinner. She's our second newest county commissioner.
Yeah.
2 new county commissioners in less than a year.
Well, yeah, about a 4-month period.
Okay, yeah, so a lot of change in Summit County, but you guys are both really interested in water, which is wonderful, and getting the crash course in water. So she'll be here tonight. Hopefully she can meet many of you today. I did also want to thank the staff for the State of the River event, which was great. And I think we even had the highest numbers, which was kind of exciting just to see people coming out, trying to learn. There are lots and lots of new people living in our county. So just getting people excited and interested about the issue is, I consider, a success. And then, yeah, I think, lots of other people have mentioned it. The wildfire concern is definitely growing in our county, and it's just a good reminder of how fast things change. Because June was really wet and it was great, but everything grew really fast. And so now we have that concern of like, oh, now we have a lot of tender, fuel if something were to happen. So I think that's been definitely of concern of just how like the winds and the heat is changing it really quickly. And I think just on the last, and then kind of other people have referenced this too, like if you want to see tourism come to Summit County, it is like we are the pinch point, right? Everybody has to come through our county, and it's a little crazy. You have to really plan your grocery store visits, but it's like, when can I get to the grocery store and not get stuck in gridlock? So I don't know as a state how we deal with that, but it's, I feel like lots of people are coming up to the West Slope to get away from the heat. So that's certainly been a factor too. And then the last just concern I'd mention is just this uncertainty around what the next 2 years look like on the big river issues. And since I wake up thinking about that with all these guys, it's just litigation is not an option, and yet it tends to come up in lots of different conversations. And that is really concerning to me. I think the risk for litigation is high, and it's like the consequences would be really serious. And I feel like it would just drag on for 15, 20 years. One thing I heard about the Rio Grande case is that the water master, soon as it was the special master, promptly retired right after the decision came out, even though they referred the case back to this person, because it's exhausting. It's like just such an intense kind of process to get to some kind of decision, and come up with a recommendation. So I just hope that we can figure this out in the next 2 years and something that works for the basin and the region and all of our communities. But we have a lot of work to do, so I'm concerned. It's keeping me up at night. So it'll pass.
Okay. Mark, Delta County.
Well, things are good in Delta County. You know, it's been a good year for water. It hasn't been like last year, but then we didn't lose infrastructure this year. So it was about an average year. It held out better than we thought it was gonna. Crops are doing well. People are doing well. It's changing communities. I mean, what I heard from other counties, same thing goes with us. I mean, people are changing. I think expectations change somewhat. I think we're adapting, but I want to commend the River District and all the staff. I think you guys are doing a great job. And I've gotten the other venture that I got into. I've got to be down in the Southwest District like that. And I'm very proud of the Colorado District. I think we're quite a bit ahead of the Southwest District. So I just want to commend everybody on the staff for that. At our roundtable, and we continue to kind of push for this, and Andy pushed forward a little bit with IDCC. But aging infrastructure, I still think is probably the low hanging fruit of where we need to send money. And because when we really talked about savings and how to really manage water, I think that probably what needs to be the driver. We're good.
Thank you.
I'll pass on.
Gary.
Great lead in, Director Rober, aging infrastructure. With the help of Melissa, who's come up to Ouray County and met with me and some water users. We have a lot of aging infrastructure problems with irrigation, projects in Ouray County. And it was really highlighted by this, another weird water year on the Upper Uncompahgre. We have 3 primary tributaries. And it went from what about the return flow, trying to channel my inner Dave Merritt, to what about the return flows? Because we saw these ditches turn on early when there wasn't a lot of water in the river, in the creeks. That water ends up in the Uncompahgre out of 3 of the big ditches. So water gets taken out of Dallas, it ends up in Uncompahgre, and it gets taken out of Cow Creek and ends up in either Uncompahgre or Ridgeway Reservoir. So Cow Creek and Dallas Creek were basically flowing at 0 CFS early May. Dallas Creek has a real late runoff because it has a south facing aspect and a real deep basin. And so the CWCB placed a call. They have an in-stream flow water right on the bottom end of it, close to the state park. And that did nothing for the in-stream flow call, because the upstream user said, well, if the call's on, I'm gonna go turn my other water on, and I'm senior to the call, so there was a panic. But that just put more water into the Uncompahgre, so it didn't really have the desired effect. And what we've really come to understand is these ditches haven't really changed much in 100 years. And more frustrating than that is that the structure of the ditch company, or the lack of any ditch companies in the basin, is a real issue when it comes to getting funding, which Melissa helped me highlight. And we're working on thinking about ways that we can organize and get these ditch companies to incorporate so that they can gain access to funding outside of just, fix a head gate here or fix one piece of pipe here. We had a water user who had their ditch covered up by the county road. The county road department just plowed their ditch in, and they had to fix it and fix the pipe, and that's all money out of their pocket. And then to make matters worse, just like every other county in western Colorado, we've got new people coming in, buying up land. They're not familiar with the idea of the prior appropriation system or sharing water or all these things, so it makes it more difficult. So this type of organization would not only help fund these projects, but fix some of these in-stream flow issues that we have by adding telemetry, adding sensors at the bottom of the ditch, helping people be able to remotely manage their head gate. When we've got really spiky systems, we'll have a rainstorm and Cow Creek can go from 20 CFS to 200, and we have to be able to deal with those things, and modernize our infrastructure would go a long way. So I think the next steps that the county, hopefully with my help and the district's help, is figure out a pathway to help these irrigators and these water users organize so that they can put money on the ground and really fix these things. The other update I want to share is our Uncompahgre Watershed Partnership's been doing some great work. In Governor Basin Project, which is a multi-stakeholder project to improve mine waste runoff, is going to move forward in 2025. That's a good thing, and they've been active in around the Red Mountain Pass area with some other mine cleanup area projects. It's a big deal in Uray County. The historic mine tailings issues affects water quality, but they've also been engaging in education and cleanup projects in the Uncompahgre, so just kind of wanted to mention that they're doing good work there. Let's see, that's kind of everything I have from Uray County.
Report, thank you very much.
Director Jeremy Moffett.
Yeah, I was gonna start like Mark when he said the corn's growing good and say the Mormon crickets are doing really good.
Yeah.
Those things.
Woo! If you've ever driven, anybody that hasn't driven through a road that's slick with crickets, you haven't lived.
Good times.
So creepy. Oh.
So that's my positive statement. Now, I'll try to keep it positive. So the Moffett County has been in negotiations for over a year with Tri-State Generation over transitioning out of, with the first unit, there's 3 units. First one closes next year, the last 2 in 28. So the mines are laying off. They're band-aiding the power plant together. It's depressing. So I think Moffett County's done a great job of negotiating funding for a 10-year plan to keep our assessed value kind of together while another economy can get developed. Did a good job of negotiating for some augmentation water. The agreement's been made with Tri-State, but the water court hasn't, and there's opposers, so we'll see. But that's a good thing. I think, like everyone else said, so I won't repeat it. There's a little bit of all this transition feels, it feels like, that's the carrots we're tossing you for taking your livelihood away. I mean, so uncertainty and anxiety, I think, is at an all-time high in the red districts of our country. And it's even higher in Moffett County. Because of all that we see in our local economy. You get up in the morning, I have a renter who just got laid off and got 3 kids. So, he'll adjust and he'll adapt, but it makes anxiety and, and a grocery store closed, a Ford dealership closed. So, you have to, I don't want to be gloom and doom. I do think it's great that we are going to get our assessed value propped up so we can at least keep the doors open. And I do think that nothing's ever as bad as it quite seems. You could have a head-on collision every car that you meet on the road. You go right on by, and most of the time. And this feels like there's a head-on, but we're going to be alive in our birthdays. So I guess that's it. One of the negotiated thing I forgot was, I think the county's done a great job at working that through, is that that's 1,250 megawatts that goes away of power generation. But Tri-State says we have to have around 300 megawatts to replace that, besides the solar farm thing. which is base load power, which will probably be natural gas. This agreement says they have to build that in Norfolk County. It doesn't have a big, job production once it's in place. Because you don't have to mine coal, but, there'll be some economic driver there, a third of what we have now, but it'll be natural gas probably. That's good.
Great, thanks, Tom. And I'll go quickly. There's still a lot of excitement in Eagle County about Shoshone. People are really pumped up about that. They understand completely what it means, are proud that the county contributed and Eagle River Ones and contributed. So that's an exciting thing for us. We too are seeing fires starting, both from lightning, from chains starting on the highway, from people looking crosswise at the dry grass. That's seems to be fire season starting up. So our fingers are crossed on that. Lots of climate refugees, like Summit County mentioned, it's hot in the Front Range, and so they come to the mountains on the weekends. So we're seeing a lot of pressure on all of our infrastructure from that. And then finally, just wanted to give a shout out to Raquel and her team for all your work on the Upper Colorado Wild and Scenic and the Deep Creek Wild and Scenic. Those meetings are ongoing and endless and filled with attorneys from the Front Range water interest. So you know that it's critical that somehow you're paying attention, but you're not quite sure which of the little pieces to pay attention to. So it's always really encouraging to see Raquel there and think, okay, she will know. She'll know what you can do. Thank you for that. All right.
Well, that's fantastic. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate hearing what's going on. Zane, I think we're up on policies. This is our second reading of the policies, if I'm not mistaken. So many of the policies are available to be adopted by this board with or without changes. But you also have the right to kick them into October if you prefer.
Correct, Andy, all 7 of the policies in front of you have been reviewed by the board. Staff changes are tracked in red, and all are eligible per your board's policy on triennial review of board policies. Policy on policies, all of them are available to be finalized or revised if you see fit. So first one in front of you today is the agricultural water use. No major changes from when you saw it last quarter. I will note that staff grappled with a little bit of the first red line in the second bullet point of the policy statement. There is an add-in of in-local ownership. At least one board member expressed a desire to try and revise that. I looked at it and ultimately I listened back to the conversation with the board. There didn't seem to be a consensus position of the board on that, but I will accept your direction if others feel strongly about either eliminating or revising those 3 words.
All right. Any discussion on agricultural water use? Yes.
I was probably that board member, maybe. Yeah, so, my concern was about the ownership components, like a lot of the owners in Erie County are not, couldn't be really considered local, so maybe it's local management. I understand the point of it, but, difficult to control. Who owns what.
It is.
Yeah. I struggle with that one, and I don't know if anyone else has suggested changes, but I thought perhaps just swapping out ownership and management would be better, but would like to hear from others.
Can I
Appreciate
just ask, what was the reason for adding this? Just trying to avoid speculation? This is
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm the one that got us into this mess by suggesting the edit, so I'd be happy to we just drop that red line and go with it as it stood since
I think that'd be better.
2015.
I kind of agree with that because although we want to prevent speculation, that that line doesn't do that because of what Carrie just said. Yeah. I had a thought about it last time we looked at this, the strikeout portion that's begins with certain efficiency conservation measures have unintended consequences. I think that I like to see that left in. Where is that? It's it's the second page of the agricultural piece. It's a strikeout
Oh,
paragraph.
I'm on the wrong page.
Director McGinnis.
Like Tom, I was going to say exactly that. When the Grand Junction, for example, there's this big push to xeriscape in the green fields because of Grand Junction are critical. And we've got the water to do it. We own it. We've got the water to do it, but we need some explanation. I think that you've got to, take a look at it because while we're being encouraged to xeriscape, we have dust storms, lots of green fields, temperatures are going to go up down there. And a lot of these homes in a desert setting that get rock around them turn into a microwave. And in the meantime, Aurora keeps building houses. So why are we taking that out?
Staff eliminated that just because it's covered in the actual policy statement. If you'd prefer to, it's a bit redundant, but we can keep it. One of my jobs with these policy statements is to keep them somewhat concise so that we're not every 3 years adding more and more language and we end up with
I think it's
5-page policy
You could
statements,
save
but
yourself some grief if you put a little parentheses, redundancy. So it all worked out.
We're not disagreeing with anybody.
not at all, not at all. I suggested to the general manager and the council that we strike that just because it is covered in the second to last bullet of the policy statement.
Director Munger.
So just quickly, I can understand the dilemma here, but I had proposal maybe in striking the words in local ownership and replace them with for local benefit. That way we would be putting it back for the local benefit. Didn't matter who owned it, just so it stayed in the valley of the local benefit. Thank you.
I'm fine with that.
Comments on Director Munger's suggestion?
I think that works.
On the second bullet, change in local ownership to for local benefit.
Definitely, are you in a position to extract that change off the screen?
Reject this one.
Just replace that with for local benefit. And if the board is, there are no more requested changes, the board has the ability to adopt that as changed.
And define local. What does local mean? How local?
I mean, I just wanna. Director Calvin saying, look, local benefit could be defined as shipping the water somewhere else to benefit the local economy, somehow. And I think this is a Pandora's box and removing that new phrase might make more sense. Just it's up to you, the board, you're the ones who set policy, but I do think.
Doug, you have any issues with just removing the red line altogether?
No, I don't have any issues. I guess I mean, Andy, I appreciate your perspective all the time and trying to keep water on the land for the land and for the community. And so I just thought I'm fine with it. The worst of these wordsmithing things. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the efficiency measures in the second bullet point. And I guess I have a question for the CFP people, but my concern is not just return flows. It's as state engineers, it's sometimes those efficiency improvements increase consumptive use. And I think when we're making grants, the reason I want to see that, I want to see it maybe expanded as the second bullet point to cover what some of the things that are covered in the paragraph. Because I think when we're making grants and we get applications, we really need to take a look if they fit our policy. Our policy needs to take into consideration both what does it do to consumptive use, and all the other things in the strikeout. Return flows. Does it affect, naturally low flow periods that make them worse? You know, I think there's a lot of things that affect it, and as an ag guy, I want to be able to put in efficiency improvements if I feel like it, but I don't think this river district better be funded or have one funded. So I want to see that as a guideline when we get grant requests, we can go back and say, no, that's outside of our policy.
Director Chavez and Director Catlin.
I think we need to kind of define what we mean by efficiency. Do you mean efficiency in increasing consumptive use, or do you mean efficiency in delivery systems? In terms of getting water from point A to point B, because I think our perception of the impact might be different.
Yeah, we talked about that. Well, that's great. That's a good point. Efficiency of lining a ditch is different than efficiency of putting in a sprinkler. So maybe we just need to clarify that, but.
Yeah.
But I am kind of on the line there with, let's be careful what we're funding. If it fits a policy, and that policy needs to incorporate watching what we're doing. But I agree with you. Ditch lining or something like that is an efficiency, and that's fine.
All right, so we have a suggestion,
Wait a minute.
Director Catlin.
Because when we're talking about the low hanging fruit for the state of Colorado in regards to what we are being able to save in water, this aging infrastructure fits right there. Because if we can update and modernize our infrastructure and our delivery systems, that's the cheapest water that the state of Colorado is going to be able to save.
Sure, I agree.
I mean, by the acre footage or however you want to, acre foot price, anything. And I think that's one of the places we should be pushing, because we've been making that point for
forever,
long time.
Yeah.
Ever since we started piping and line and laterals. But the state doesn't seem to pick up on that, because they don't create systems that allow us to borrow money, or they'll let you borrow money from them, but they won't grant you money for it. So it ends up us have to be the people that make the grant that helps the irrigation company be able to get into the business of piping and lining and those kind of things. And that's where we can help our communities a lot with those updates like that.
We have another bulleted statement that says something about, addressing aging infrastructure or modernizing agricultural infrastructure.
Do we have another policy that would fit, or it does seem like it would fit here with
We
the
are
ag?
proposing some of that in the
Use.
we do have a paragraph we've suggested to add in the multi-benefit policy based on the discussions over the last few months with the board that recognizes aging infrastructure and the increased demands on producers in terms of escalating costs. We do often view aging infrastructure projects as having multiple benefits. That's a very quick paraphrasing, but we may get to it. We may have language to that effect in another policy that we'll talk about.
Okay, well, this was a great discussion, because we are the entity that can specifically target what's right, what should be funded, and what, like Mark said, the good things, that the low hanging fruit. But also that we don't become like NRCS and throw blanket money at things that are the wrong thing. And that's where I'm at.
So I think what I'm hearing is, let's leave this paragraph in that's redlined out at the moment. Even if it potentially is redundant, because it really gets at further points, and it doesn't with great precision differentiate between on-farm, off-farm, deliveries, but I think that gets very particular if we're gonna put it into this policy. I do think we have, if I'm not mistaken, we have an infrastructure policy, which that, if we haven't recently looked at that, we will be, and we can.
I'd need to look and see
Put
when
it
it was
in
last.
there. So I think it's appropriate here.
All right, so we right now have deleted the in local ownership and reinserted the red line paragraph that starts with certain efficiencies. Any other issues on this policy? We have this would be our motion to adopt, right?
And one more comment.
Okay.
And the red line, the addition at the end of the, possibly the last paragraph, I think you meant the last paragraph, oh, I just messed up. About allow. I think it says to allow,
Program that, well, term temporary.
yeah. Wanted to get back to that, I think the statement's fine, I understand where we're going with it, I guess my question is, do we have the ability to allow or stop certain conservation projects that are described in that paragraph?
I think it's a good flag. This was an addition by the general manager. So
Who just left?
I think we could simply say to support, strike,
That's what
enable or allow.
That's exactly what Tom said.
Okay.
So the statement would read, it is not in the best interest of constituent communities of the river district to support any program that will turn temporary. Okay. Do we feel clear enough about this to move it to adoption, or do you all want to look at it one more time? This is the problem with having a retreat after a day and a half.
Yeah, everybody's like.
Just don't do any red lines.
So are you looking for a motion?
Either a motion to adopt or a suggestion to look at it one more time.
So move to adopt.
Yeah, second.
Okay, moved by McGinnis, second by Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we made it through one.
The rest of these should be pretty easy. That was the only one I think that the board had significant comments on last quarter. The next one in front of you is the Colorado River Storage Project Act policy. No changes to the policy statement. Staff did drop in some language at the bottom of the final paragraph of the background and discussion, which was present when you reviewed it last quarter. So no changes since last quarter.
Any comments on this one? Yeah, Director Haas.
Thank you. I don't know if I have changes right now, but I wonder how, again, this might fit in this crediting idea, if it, like storage water that could be included in that. I just don't know if this is inconsistent, consistent, or none of the above. I haven't processed it quite yet, but.
I think it's intended to be consistent with the credit system, meaning, hey, if we're gonna conserve water, and this is taken from discussions from the board with staff as we discussed the conceptual marketplace and in water, it really, the idea is, hey, what we're saying is that water shouldn't be used to prop up continued overuse. It should be used to protect the upper basin. And that's
Okay.
in simple plain language, what it is intended to say.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, do we have a motion to adopt this policy?
So
Moved by Catlin,
Second.
second by Dennison. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Prior appropriation is the next policy in front of you. Staff has made no changes. There were no changes suggested. It's a policy that has served us well.
Okay, comments on prior appropriation.
Motion to adopt.
Second. Okay, moved by Vandenbrink, second by Haas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That one is-
Glad to know you still up support the document prior appropriation.
That would have been
a big change.
We would not have gotten to the barbecue.
Picking up speed, next one is federal water rights. This has been in place since 2006. No changes suggested at the last quarterly meeting and none are reflected on the document. All the one that has served us well.
Any comments on this one? Of a motion to adopt?
Moved by Greg,
Second.
second by Richard. All those in favor?
Aye. Any opposed? Upper Colorado River Recovery Program.
Only two minor red lines, which you saw last quarter. No changes since last quarter, eligible for readoption.
Comment.
One question about the first red line. Zane, can you remind me why it's drought induced reductions in hydropower? I mean, just, I mean, it's might not be just drought.
When I was looking at it, you know, when we looked at this in 2021. I think the conversation has changed, instead of forward looking at kind of the hotter, drier future, but the reality of what we're facing, with regards to hydropower revenues. And to be fair, we were in that boat in 2021. It's thought it was an update that was voted no.
I just didn't want to be limiting ourselves by restricting it to drought induced reductions of hydropower revenues. When this is the, you know, potentially the new normal.
Right.
Which is driving down or potentially continue to drive down hydropower revenues depending on the facility.
There are no hydropower revenues.
That's what I was gonna say,
Yeah.
like, this isn't just about drought, right?
Right.
This is about decision, congressional decision and WAPA. and-
Right.
So do we need that? Just offset any reductions in hydropower revenues?
That's what I thought.
The board's pleasure, I'd be happy to go back to where it was.
So I'm good with that.
That's a good comment.
Any other comments on this one?
Yeah, sorry,
Go
I hate
ahead.
to drag out, be that guy. I think it's like the sixth bullet, it says remove any risk of allegations that impacts that impacts from water depletions, endanger, threaten, or take fish. Is it our responsibility to remove any risk of allegations? For something that is potentially impacting fish in the endangered fish? Is that our intended role as a district? I mean, if I'm thinking futures in the future, in the unknown future, if a operator were to do something that were to intentionally or in some way, you know, unnecessarily impact threatened or endangered fish species.
I think it's an excellent question.
I don't want to be the guys like trying to remove their allegations of that without knowing all the, you know.
Right.
To get through that.
I think it's an excellent question. That language predates my tenure at the district. I might look to Peter.
It's a
and see
little
if-
confusing.
Yeah, I mean, it could, it's not super artfully drafted. I think the idea there was in the origination of the recovery program, you know, some of the primary potential targets of significant restrictions on water activities were the very irrigation projects in the Grand Valley.
I remember that.
Yeah, and so I think this, I was gonna say it predates me, but maybe it doesn't. I think it probably does. It just says revised in 2013. It doesn't say when it was originated. I think that was the origination of that concept. We could tweak the language to make it a little clearer that that is the type of risk that we are trying to mitigate against. We're trying to protect our own constituents and their uses of water, not some future potential adverse thing that, you know, that you're.
Thinking back to I can't remember the document that was written around that time for the lower Colorado, lower Gunnison water users that said something along the lines of normal operations of these historic diversions cannot be deemed to impact the health of these threatened and endangered species. And I guess that's when, if someone goes beyond normal operations, is it our responsibility to remove the allegations of?
Yeah, I don't know that this language even as drafted, puts that obligation on us.
Possibly
it's
not.
all
Will
premised with the language of will advocate. too.
Right, I saw that, yeah.
I agree that this sentence, of which I'm not taking ownership of, it wasn't on staff when it was, put in. How about if we take this policy and focus on that paragraph or on that sentence and try to rewrite it to make a little more sense? I will just say that our irrigators in the Grand Valley, as recently as 2 weeks ago, expressed to me great concern about them getting blamed for any diminution in the vitality of the endangered fish. And they are, despite the fact that, you know, the additional depletions to the river that will impact the fish appear to be coming directly from Denver water and northern water system enlargements. And they are very concerned in the Grand Valley about that. So this paragraph is aimed at something along those lines. And
I
I just,
realize that.
let us work on that and try to make sure we fine tune.
Any concerns with tabling this one for the next? Director Chavez and
I
Director
think just
Van.
look at all of them, they're
Yeah.
just a little
Okay.
outdated.
Yeah.
I think that whole section.
Director Van Brink, did you have any?
I think I read my own answer because I wanted to make sure that there was a statement in there about equity. And I see on the third bullet point, there is a statement about equity. Programs implementation, operation and compliance is equitably distributed on all powers and water users, including the Trans Mountain diverters. So just wanted to make sure that was in there. Thank you.
All right, so you'll take a look at all those bullets. And the next one is speculation in water resources.
No changes proposed by staff to this policy. This is one of your newest policies adopted for the first time in 2020.
Just for the sake of consistency, we do have locally owned and that's more specific to speculation here, so.
Yeah, it's more
Perhaps.
specific to speculation, and I think it's recognizing what we have seen in this district, which is about, according to our economist, about a 90 to 95% local owned and operated agricultural industry throughout the West Slope. And so recognizing that as being important to the fabric of our communities is where that language is heading. It's not saying that we will oppose non-local ownership, it's just recognizing the value of that.
It's not directed in any way.
No.
Okay, do we have a motion to adopt the speculation policy?
So move Director Chavez.
Second.
Moved by Chavez, second by Richard. All those in favor?